That was crazy. Yeah,
I'll never forget that day and the earthquake day because I couldn't grasp the earthquake either. I was 6 at that time. Like, what do you mean they aren't playing? Like, why?
I remember watching I remember watching the game, the telecast, and my grandparents had this weird oil thing in the corner of the living room, and you could see it moving. And Grandpa's like, "We're having an earthquake," and then my aunt, uncle, you know, their kid, they lived in San Jose, and so they're like trying to call and they can't get through. And yeah, I remember that pretty well.
Yeah, matter of fact, let's not talk about earthquake at all.
Yeah, because we know what happened. Yeah, especially with this setup I got behind me, boy, it could get popping. Russ, what's happening? We'll see. What's up, buddy? Bryce, what's good? Hey. Like to hear it, Dr. David. Like to hear it.
My great grandmother, who was she was paralyzed from the waist down. She was in a bed. She said she felt it. I obviously didn't feel it. She was here in Sacramento, and she's like, "Yeah, I felt that." A couple other people said they felt it. Yeah, I had no clue. Too wild.
That'll be weirder. Like, I don't know if I'd feel it in this house because the studio's upstairs. But that day, that was wild. Man, that was crazy.
Yeah, no, you'll feel it because I felt it. That's it.
Oh yeah. I won't have to feel it. All of that stuff behind me will just come tumbling forward.
You'd feel it, all right.
David, that's next weekend. I think if you're alluding to Kyle, that's next weekend. Ooh, Dave Garcia Designs doing that good work.
Oh man, Dave Garcia. Oh, come on, man. I popped. I popped last night.
Given the news, we might have to drop that one today. We might have to drop it. I was going to plan on dropping that with the spring line, but we might have to drop that one today.
Damn.
If that happens.
Kevin Nash's post was
no good, man. No good.
Wow.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man.
People real quick.
There it is. Say hi to the bad guys. Stilo and KC, man. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome into the March 14th edition of Dilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah. All right. Yes, indeed. The only bigger S starter on the planet than Kenny Caraway is Ken Rudolph. I don't know what it is with the name Ken, but y'all have just been preordained to start mess. And Ken Rudolph is going to join the show. Kenny, shoot Ken a text, see if he come on the show.
Yeah, he's causing havoc, man.
I shot him a text like, Ken, you want to come on the show? He's like, yeah. And then immediately, like, my heart dropped into my stomach. Like, oh God, what is this dude gonna say live on the radio? Oh my God. Ken will be with us.
Stir.
He was, man. Ken will be with us. Matt George will attempt to recover from the latest Oakland A's trade. Host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He'll be with us coming up at 1:47. Exactly.
In the last 48 hours.
Text Matt George. Matt, you ready to come on the show? He's like, I hate the A's. Take that as a yes. We'll see you at 1:47. Matt will be with us. James Ham at 2:30. So we kind of set the table for you there. The Sacramento Kings back in action tonight against the Chicago Bulls, losers of 4 straight. I take another L. Long list. I got a list longer than the list of Jericho of L's as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. Thought they could get that one in Utah. Didn't know Domantas Sabonis wasn't going to be playing.
Yeah, fair.
But thought they could get that one in Utah. Saw a hell of an output from De'Aaron Fox, but not enough, man. That defense just it was non-existent. You know, De'Aaron did everything he could to carry that team offensively, but I don't know that any of us needed it. But it was a pretty glaring reminder how bad this team still is defensively.
Yeah, I mean, I saw something on Saturday night where it was like the last 10 Kings games, or maybe it was less, I don't know, the list of Kings games and the high scores for the other team in those games. And it was just 35, 32, 30, 40 this, then 45 from Clarkson the other night. And they are letting at least one person every night just go off on them. And
Jordan Clarkson, come on down.
Yeah, the defense, just like you mentioned, is just not there with this group. And that's unfortunate to see, because I'm not trying to stall them out, you know, compared to what the team before the trade deadline was doing. But it feels like these guys are putting out a better effort on a nightly effort, but it's not resulting in positive results, you know, and that's frustrating to see, whether it's winning or playing good defense. Like neither one of them are happening. And yeah, that's pretty frustrating to see.
Yeah, it's and that's a good point too, because we were quick to blame Buddy, blame Marvin, and I don't think any of us put the blame exclusively on those two, especially when you factor in that the Kings defense is a disaster regularly, and Marvin Bagley didn't play regularly, so it's hard to fall on him. Buddy Hield took the brunt of that frustration, but you really have brought in, but Justin Holiday and Trey Lyles weren't starting before the trade deadline. Hell, Damian Jones started on Saturday. We'll get to that in a minute, by the way. He wasn't starting before the trade deadline. You have role players, Dante DiVincenzo, Davion Mitchell supposed to be the defensive lineman. Jeremy Lamb wasn't here. Mo Harkless returned to the lineup. He's supposed to be a defensive guy. It's like you put on the uniform and just suddenly, no defense here, pal.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know what that's all about. I have no idea. Is this a trick defense?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Is that a trick question? Like,
I don't know. Why can't this team play defense?
I don't know. I don't know if.
Yeah, I don't either. No one does.
But they can't. We know that.
No, and it's fascinating that you can change over so many key pieces and still be unable to do it.
Yeah, I look at this team and I feel like they should be putting out a better defensive effort than what they are. Like I said, we talked about that previous roster before. We had guys on there that we know aren't defenders, that we know don't give maximum effort consistently on the defensive end. This team, I feel like they have some guys that do. You know, you talk about a Davion, you talk about a Dante DiVincenzo. Justin Holiday was never looked at as some kind of terrible defender. You know, we talk about how De'Aaron Fox seems to have stepped his game up a little bit on the defensive end. It feels like they have a better personnel than before to be able to defend at a higher level, but the results are the same. I mean, I know they lost the game, and you know the final score is what matters, but I mean 71 points at the half to Utah. 71, just an easy 71. Like it seems to happen on a nightly basis, and few and far between are the efforts that we got in the second half of that Denver game last Wednesday.
Yeah, that's very, very true. You can, and those are, there are a handful of those. And you want to look at those as like stepping stones moving forward. And then you have a game like this where you realize it's very much not. Again, Domantas Sabonis was out of this game, but I don't think anybody looks at Domantas Sabonis and goes, he is the defensive anchor of this team. Like, no, that's not his gig. That's not his role here. And unfortunately, it feels like defense isn't anybody's role here. De'Aaron Fox is the sole reason that the Sacramento Kings were up at the end of the first quarter. It was 42-37. De'Aaron had 20. De'Aaron should be the story. Like, he came out the gate like he was firing. He had another
on fire, man.
He had another really, really, really good outing with Domantas Sabonis out, but 11 assists to go along with it. But again, it's one of those games where, they flirted with that number. We've talked about the 50, 40, 90. They shot 50% from the field, 39.4% from three. 85% from the free throw line, and lost.
I mean, it was a really good offensive effort. I'm not gonna say a great one, but really good offensive effort where you should look at a game like that and you put up 125. Yeah. I know you're playing against Utah, who was the most efficient team offensively in the NBA, or they got the best rating or whatever the case may be. But man, 125. That's going to win a lot of nights. And I don't want to say it wasn't close. It was a 9-point win, and they were close in the fourth quarter. But you never got the feeling that
close. Yeah,
you never got the feeling watching that game towards the end that the Kings were going to get the stops needed to be able to pull that one out on the road, and that's frustrating to see.
It is, and I think that is, as we wind down this. We just kind of sputter to the conclusion of this season. I know we're going to look into the off season and De'Aaron and Domantas and what do you do with the draft pick? These are all things that we'll talk about today. They're all things that we'll talk about in coming days and in coming weeks and in coming months and all of that. But I don't know how to wrap I don't know how to wrap my arms around the idea of this team being better defensively. That's becoming my biggest concern right now. It's like you make an acquisition at the draft that you really like, or you use that piece at the draft to go acquire a player. Unless you're doing, and this very well may be an option, by the way, a complete roster overhaul, with the exception, obviously, of Sabonis, De'Aaron, and we can throw Harrison and even Davion into that, right? Like, unless you're overhauling everything, how is this team going to be better defensively? And oh, by the way, your two pillars, De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis, they're not great defenders.
Right.
And in most cases with De'Aaron, he's a bad defender.
And this is the thing that I was talking about. That's just really a conundrum with this franchise. When I mentioned, when Tyrese was here. And it's the same problems are still persist is on the perimeter. They're not good enough. People talk about a rim protector. Yeah, that's cool. But the first line of defense are your guards, your wing players on the defensive end. And if they can't put up any type of resistance, I'm just a believer that it's never going to work. You could have Bill Russell back there. It's not going to work.
But isn't that what Justin Holiday's supposed to do?
I thought so too.
Yes, and that's what I mean.
No, I thought so too. At the same time, Justin Holiday, this is what we talked about last week. He's not Bruce Bowen. You know what I mean? He's not, this premier defensive player. He's a good defensive player. He's a solid defensive player. And if I had to guess, he's probably a solid defensive player in his role as a backup guard. You ask him to guard Donovan Mitchell, and be that starter. That's when the fact that he's not a great defender probably gets exposed and he gets lit up. So I think that has something to do with it as well. The fact that, Holiday's a good defender in his role, but now you ask him to guard top flight starting two guards every night. That's asking too much. He's not that good of a defender. And I think that has a little bit to play with it as well.
And then that poses the question again for, I guess we'll just go for the record here. It's got to be 6th, 7th show in a row. why not Dante or Davion there? Because is it fair to say Dante or Davion, either one, they're better defender than Justin Holiday?
I think so. Yeah.
So
I think so.
At this point, it's very literally, why the hell not?
I don't. Nobody knows. The world may never know. Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Pop.
Tootsie Pop. Yeah.
Same difference. That's where we are. That's where we are. We'll come back. And it's a shame. 41-11, kind of getting buried in this, because it's another loss. And for some, best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron's balling. Team was, as you mentioned, for the most part, the team was competitive, and they lost.
Mm-hmm.
For some people, that's best case scenario. We posed the question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. How do you feel about De'Aaron's recent play? The two options, great. Or, who cares? We're still losing. We'll update you on those poll results when we return. Lots more to talk about. Domantas Sabonis missed the game. And I mentioned Damian Jones started. I'd like to talk about that as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Open up the phone lines for you, 916-349-1320. Chatty House already off and popping. We're back with more. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me. Just saying.
The way he slowed down the cadence.
Hey, that's what you do, man. You try to catch up with the big dogs. You're right. I should have put up something up there for the haters, because there are a lot of them.
They out there, y'all. They out there.
Oh, Tyler, you must have tuned in late, buddy. Yeah, we definitely did. Really sad to hear that. After all, he's managed to overcome, and it sounds like from those that are closest to him, he's overcome an awful lot.
Yeah.
Those in YouTube, can y'all hit the thumbs up? D'Lo begging for likes, brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs, because Dave's never going to get Drake bars again. So Dave Garcia Designs, head over to DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Check out his amazing portfolio. He created some new merch here for D'Lo and KC that we're going to be dropping in the coming weeks, maybe as soon as today. But definitely some great gear on the way. So if you could hit the thumbs up, man, that would be great. This episode of D'Lo begging for likes, again, is brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Yeah, we got you, Tyler. We'll be talking. I'm sure we'll talk more about that later in the show. Yeah, VIP. You could be a Chatty House VIP over on DLoandKC.com.
Yeah, man.
Sure.
Chatty House points. Yeah, man. Yep.
Chatty House VIP. Go sign up. Oh boy, you already have. Yeah. Sorry, Dave. Who's been hostile? Oh yeah, it absolutely has. They're very much on edge. Yeah, they're very much on edge.
I don't know. Chatty House just upset.
They are.
Understandably. I know it's tough right now.
I saw this is one of my favorite things people do. Where'd he go? This is one of my favorite things people do. Who are you quoting?
Hold on.
Like who said that? Like you're quoting someone. I'm just attribute your quote, because I'm curious. I would like to talk to them as well.
People just be saying anything, man.
I get it, man. Folks are upset.
But you're upset. You don't have to start saying stupid stuff. Like you don't have to start saying stupid stuff.
You know what's funny, man? I swear this is why he's your boy. Because what did we learn here? Cole talking about we shorted him on his VIP points. What did we learn here? And I don't even have to look this up to know the answer to this because I remember it vividly. We learned Cole's name was Albert. You know how we learned his name was Albert? Because he had some merchandise sent to him under his name, Albert. And now he's wondering why Cole ain't got the VIP points. That's your chatty house dude right there.
That's a funny boy, man. That boy Cole hilarious.
Man. That's Albert. That's the rule from now on. To you, he's Cole. To me, he's Albert. Oh, dear God, Russ. That's
well, I'll say this. At least the A's have gotten to the playoffs.
Can we add Las Vegas A's to that?
Man.
I saw so they got like a deadline now, like a real deadline, right? Wasn't that part of the because of the revenue sharing?
I hadn't seen it, but it's not surprising. And a lot of people believe they're doing all this on purpose. Literally.
Yeah. Yes, Justin. Rick Ross is still coming to Sacramento. That's a funny line. But Rick Ross is definitely still coming. Even if the Kings can't sweep the Phoenix Suns in the first round, he'll still be here.
Yeah, he'll still be here. He'll still hang out with us.
Yours won't be underdog. Yeah, man. I'm all right. I'm out. I'm just close.
Did you see the A's were having a fan fest, and I'll say it on there.
Okay, I can't lie. I'm genuinely curious how that story was going to finish.
No, there's a couple of things I want to get to, but I'm gonna get to this right now. So the A's were having a fan fest on I think Saturday, and fans were there. Baseball's back. I think it was impromptu. It wasn't A's sponsored, but a bunch of A's fans somewhere in downtown Oakland. They had all these signed objects and paraphernalia from the A's. One was like Chris Babbitt signed shoes. They gave them away. They raffled them off. I think about 10 minutes later, Chris Babbitt was traded to the Mets. I shouldn't laugh, but man, that ain't the most A's moment ever.
Yeah, it's right up there.
The other thing I
know what Matt Olson merchandise did they give away?
Oh man, yeah. Get it while you can, folks, because he wasn't gonna be there too long.
Everybody knew that though. Everybody knew. Every A's fan was just sitting here waiting for this. Like they all knew. I feel for them. Tough.
It's tough, man. It really is tough. What I say, is it Babbitt or Bassett? I don't know. Don't mind me. It's Monday. I'm trying to get my words right. Trying to get my words right. What I say, Babbitt? I don't know. Don't mind me. The other thing I was going to say though is Jesse alerted me to this, and I didn't dispute him for a second, but he's dead on. Stat Muse, their Twitter account, after weeks of trolling the Kings and trying to get a rise out of Kings fans and get them all upset by having these little stats about the trade and all this other stuff. Well, he did it one more time on Saturday, and I guess Kings fans slapped him around in the mentions again. Made Stat Muse turn their replies off.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
How embarrassing.
That's unfortunate.
How embarrassing.
It would be such a shame if Kings fans continued to hound that site and shut off their replies.
Stay on their heads, everybody. I mean, that's soft though. That's soft. I mean, you're gonna go out there. Look,
that's a sucker move. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to troll and do all that. That's fine, but we're gonna be here, come right back at you in the replies and talk about everything that you got going on as well. You got to take the heat. That's a soft move. You know what that you know what that is, Damian? That is CBLB. Coffee boy like behavior.
That definitely is coffee boy like behavior. It's when you go out there and say something and you don't have the ability to come back and
CBLB.
That's funny. And again, it's this wild symptom that these Twitter accounts have, where they just tweet out information that's wrong. Like, what? Wasn't the original post wasn't even accurate, was it?
Yeah, the first one was just off, just completely off. He said like in 14 games or 15
Well, that wasn't
games.
StatMuse. That was somebody else. But
I think that was StatMuse. Oh, no, it was. It was Legion of Hoops. Legion of Hoops. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
StatMuse, I thought their tweet was wrong too when they said the rebuilding Pacers have a better record than the Kings. Like, they do? Wait, really? And if they do, what, it's by like one game? Right. Y'all act like the Pacers are above 500. Here's the sad reality. This thing with the Pacers is going till the end of the, like, seeding. Oh, pre-lottery seeding is going to come down to the Pacers and the Kings. Because everyone's, you're not catching Oklahoma City, you're not catching Houston, you're not catching Orlando, you're not catching Detroit. Those four, in some way, shape, or form, they're going to be the top four. Who's fifth is almost certainly going to come down to Sacramento and Indiana.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
that's going to lead to a lot more drama a week from now with that crazy game. The crazy thing about all this, Damian, is number one, like, I like StatMuse, so like they're fine with me if they want to take shots at the King. Look, I'm here in Sacramento. You want to take shots at the Kings? We might clap back at you, but I mean, they haven't won anything. So we said this a long time ago. If they want people to stop taking shots at them, they got to win. And that'll shut them up. Until then, it is what it is. So I like StatMuse. It was just a little CB LB to hide from the replies. That was trash.
Hey, if you're gonna take shots at the Kings, that's fine. There's plenty of accurate statistics you can use to take shots at the Kings.
Don't just make
stuff up.
Right, and that's what we'll get at you. That's what we'll get at you. You're just making things up just to make them up. It's unnecessary. The other thing about it, and somebody had put it up, I forgot, my apologies to who it was, but we talk about De'Aaron Fox, we talk about Sabonis, Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, you look at the numbers for both of those guys, specifically Fox and Halliburton, they're both playing great. It's okay. It's okay. They both playing great. They're playing really good basketball. Maybe it's not leading to wins or anything like that, but individually, they're playing great. It doesn't have to be somebody won this and that and all this. These guys are balling. Even Sabonis is balling.
Was De'Aaron traded for Tyrese, or was Tyrese traded for De'Aaron?
Yeah, that's the whole other thing.
It's crazy how we look at this trade. It really, how not we, some people look at this trade. We asked you over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. How do we feel about De'Aaron's recent play? Actually asked, how do you feel about De'Aaron's recent play? 25 minutes into the show, 77% say great, because there were only two options: great or who cares, we're still losing. 23% say who cares, we're still losing. 77% of the votes say great. I guess that was a dumb post.
No, not at all. Don't listen to these people.
Well, I'm all right with feeling good about what De'Aaron's doing.
I'm saying it wasn't a dumb post, but
voting.
I agree with you. I'm happy to see De'Aaron play the way he's playing. The thing that I do realize is, at this point with De'Aaron, only thing that matters is, well, there's two things that matter. Two things. Number one, winning, and I'm not talking about winning right now. Like, it'd be nice if they, I don't know how many games they left. Say they have 12. If they went 10-2, it'd be nice. But they go 10-2. Nobody's gonna really worry about that. It's all about how they start the season next year. So that's one. Winning on a consistent basis next season from the jump. And number two, how he plays from the jump next season. Those are the only thing that matters. He's averaging 30 points a game right now in March. We're at March 14th. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not March 3rd. It's March 14th. He's averaging 30 for the month. He could average 30 for the entire month of March. It's not going to matter. You know what I mean? There's going to be people that detract the way he's playing or whatever the case may be. They could play 500. That's still not going to be good enough. At this point in his career, the biggest questions, the biggest question mark for him is how he starts next season and how his team starts and plays throughout the season as well.
There'll be a lot more conversation surrounding De'Aaron Fox all throughout the day, and particularly when our buddy Ken Rudolph joins us. So we'll see how that goes. 916-349-1320, but I caught up on some of Ken's Twitter thoughts as him and John Bull had a spirited discussion regarding De'Aaron Fox over the weekend. So we'll take a look at that. 916-349-1320. I think we got our brother Herbert here. Herbert, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, D? What's up, KC?
Herbert, what's good, bro?
What's happening? Hey, I got a question. Your point guard is usually the guy that you want. He's your quarterback of your team, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yep.
Okay. So with De'Aaron, yeah, he's eating, but still the Kings aren't winning. So
he had 40. He had 41 and 11 assists.
That's crazy.
Like Herbert, yeah. Okay, what else do you want him to do? Like, did you watch that game? Go, damn, man, De'Aaron really let the squad down tonight.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about on a whole, like not just one game, one or two games, or last month or whatever. I'm speaking as a whole. Like the other guys aren't eating.
The other guys aren't.
He doesn't make any. Everybody has to get their money on their own. Like one-on-one. Everybody's one-on-one.
Whoa.
Nobody, like the ball's not bouncing. It's not bouncing around. The guys aren't getting easy baskets.
Well, Herbert, I'll say this. I mean, my man just pointed out he had 11 assists. He had 41 and 11. I understand what you're saying, and I'll even go a step further. The reason they're losing doesn't seem to be because people aren't eating. It's because they're not stopping other people from eating. That's why they're losing these games.
Kings are getting fat. Their opponent's getting fatter.
Right. The offense isn't the issue. And to be fair, that is part of, like, De'Aaron's not he's not absolved of that. Like, he is part of this team that plays horrendous defense. And just like that isn't all his fault, him losing, the team losing, isn't all his fault either. I think offensively, he's doing about what you would expect and what you would hope for him. Defensively Herbert, is where the issue is.
Herbert, you family, I don't think you're watching close enough. They had 27 assists the other night. Offense isn't the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the issue. It's like the Kings are in a hot dog eating contest every night and losing. They got Kobayashi on the other side. Or what's my other man's name? Joey Chestnut.
Chestnut.
They taking L's, man, on the defensive end. They can't stop anybody. I think there is some other, and at this point with the season, again, sputtering to a conclusion, maybe this stuff doesn't even matter anymore, and it probably doesn't. But I know you love Damian Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Domantas Sabonis was a personal reason scratch. It looks like looks like he's back tonight. Jeremy Lamb is out due to personal reasons. So I don't know what's going on in the Kings locker room this last week, but Damian Jones got the start. And the first thing I thought was like, Richaun's available? And you're just like, that's where we are? Like, we're just going to pretend like Richaun didn't start the last 2 years for the Kings?
Strange.
Did you think Richaun was incapable of? I was just like, when James tweeted that, I was like, wait, what? Why?
I don't get it. That's what I can say about that. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm not sure why. I don't know if maybe Alvin was looking at it where Richaun has been in that role and he wants to keep him in that role. He doesn't want to mess up his routine or something, but Probably just me.
Have a routine.
Once again, that's me just searching and finding a way to stall out Alvin when I don't know what the point of that was.
Herbert hung up and called back as TC. TC, what's going on, baby?
Thought the same
What's up with my
thing.
two brothers, man?
What's
come
going on,
man.
TC?
What's up, Herbert?
Hey, it's like, look, y'all, hey, y'all cutting up. I ain't Herbert, man. Cut that out. Hey, look, check it out. I'm just gonna keep it real simple. Everybody kick back. I mean, I know it's hard to say, bro, but just kick back, bro. Y'all acting like we traded Jordan away in his prime. I mean, I love Tyrese, bro, but everybody like he's cool, man. But y'all acting like we just traded away like a 10-time All-Star. I mean, relax. Let Money do his moves, and I mean, he gonna put us in a good position, bro. I mean, I trust the dude, bro. So that's all I gotta say.
Hey, TC, and I mean that's really the big
Thanks,
thing
Herbert.
about all that is, you know, there's other moves that have to be made, and Monty's got to hit. I don't think D'Lo's saying this either. Nobody's sitting here and saying, "Oh yeah, Monte is going to figure this out." No, we're saying he better figure it out. Like, we don't know if he will or not,
That's right.
though.
That's right.
He might get it all wrong. It may not work out, but we know that there is more that needs to come. We recognize that Monte also probably recognizes there's more that needs to come, and he's going to go to work this summer and see if he can make it happen. But there are no guarantees. This could all blow up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then one of the things about it is like, if it does blow up, like it's a fork in the road moment to a certain degree. If it works, great, it works. Kings are making the playoffs. You got two guys. If it doesn't work, well, that's your blow up moment, right? Sabonis will probably leave, probably move on from Fox, and you can start over like you guys have been wanting to do for the last 2-3 years. You know what I mean? You blow it all up, do what everybody wants to do. So I think there is no in between direction for this franchise right now. This either works or everything is done with this particular era and you move on to the next one.
And you're you're looking at 10 more years of this. Because if this doesn't work, I mean, in all honesty, if this doesn't work with Sabonis and Fox and whatever, Monty's got to do this offseason, and he's got to do a lot. But if all of this doesn't work, and the fork in the road, as you just described it, you know, the vehicle reaches that point, the franchise reaches that point, and Domas is gone, and you know, you ultimately move on from De'Aaron. It means it failed with Monty. It probably failed with whoever he's hiring as the coach this offseason. Or maybe I should put that in quotations, whoever he's hiring as the coach this season. And what person in their right mind would be led to believe, yeah, no, they'll fix it. No, this is the way to go. This is how they should have done it from the beginning. Like, there's like, okay, you went through the big, what they have, not marketing, search firm. You had the big search firm. You went out there. You narrowed the candidates down. You did this. You did that. You believe all of this stuff goes right, and all of this stuff goes right. You make a big deal. You land a big fish. Impactful trade. Yeah, it fails. Okay. Somebody convince me how we come on the air and say, okay, here we go. Moving in the right direction. I mean, I've heard people come on the air and go, okay, guys, you got to be patient. This is year 1, when it was really like year 13. But they tell you because, oh, well, DeMarcus is gone. So this is year 1. We're starting over, because you have to Men in Black yourself. You got to put the light in front of you, press the button, and forget everything that you've seen happened. Come on, man. Monty may not feel this way, because Monty be like, yo, I have an idea. I have a vision. I think we could get this franchise in a good spot. If it doesn't work for Monty, you're going to be fine. But Vivek, if it failed, like what does Vivek do if this fails? I mean, he could do nothing.
He is on right now, like, and it's definitely on. If he goes to another GM, coach, superstar player without any kind of playoff appearance, woo.
So we know coaches, general managers, certainly players, we know they feel the heat. Do you think Vivek feels any sort of heat whatsoever? Because I don't think he does. I don't think he feels any
does,
of
man. I think he does. I do.
He may know of it. He may hear it, see it, whatever.
But there's only so much heat he can feel. Like, he's not going to fire himself. He's not selling the team.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, ultimately, like, okay, what's hot in here? That's about it. It ain't like coach feels the heat. Oh, yeah, time to move on. GM feels the heat. Ooh, it's time to move on. Vivek feels the heat. He just takes off his jacket, walks around in a tank top, sleeveless shirt, something.
What would you do if that didn't happen? What would you do if you were Vivek? Like, because I asked that because a lot of people would be like, first they would say something ridiculous. Not that you were going to say this, but I would sell the team. No, shut up. No, you would not sell the team. Number two, they were, I would hire somebody in to come in there and take over all responsibilities and leave me out. No, you're not doing that either. Like, so you're not doing that. Like, you want to be involved. Sure, you let basketball people come in and do basketball things, and I feel like that's kind of what's going on right now. But
you hope,
like there's only so much you can do. You're gonna try and gut it out. You're gonna try and figure out a way to get it done.
If we're like honestly trying to have this discussion and Vivek feels like Vivek sits down with himself and says, what can I do to fix this franchise? Of course he's not selling it. But the one thing, like if I'm Vivek, I ask myself, he's obviously a very successful person, incredibly successful.
Mm-hmm.
What did I do to be successful in these other avenues? What steps did I take to get here to be the owner of an NBA franchise? How did I get to this point where I now own a basketball franchise that's valued, that hasn't made the playoffs in 2 decades, but is valued in the vicinity of $2 billion? How did I get here? How did I get to be a billionaire? Allegedly, I guess. Perhaps a billionaire multi times over, depending on what you believe.
Yeah.
How did I get there? Okay. How can I replicate those steps with this organization? Did I get to be a billionaire by trusting my son to handle decisions that involve this business? No? Okay, check. He's not handling decisions that pertain to this business. How did I make this business successful? Who was working with me here? Okay, let's try to find people who can replicate that on the basketball end.
Here's the interesting thing about that, though, because if I'm Vivek, and I'm not familiar with this whole story, I know some of it, but what if he looks in the mirror and he says, how did I get here? How I got here? I bet on myself. I believed in myself when everybody said I couldn't do it. That's what you got to do. You got to stay believing in yourself. Don't listen to these people that say get somebody else. They don't know. They don't know nothing. You bet on yourself. That's how I got here. What do you say? He came to America with like $10 in his wallet or something. I bet on myself when nobody else. Kanye, when nobody believed on me, I bet on myself.
But you're still making the decisions. It's still your franchise. You're still making the decisions. You're not handing those. You're still betting on yourself. You keeping the team. You're believing that you're the one who can turn this around.
Yeah.
The mentality is still exactly the same. It's just, what's my approach to making this team better? He learned, I think, quickly his basketball acumen wasn't going to do it. When he spoke publicly about a 4-on-5 defense and realized, okay, I'm going to shut up. I'm not going to do that anymore because that lived forever. So I'll just go ahead and stop talking about stuff that happens on the court. And to his credit, he did. Now, you can fault him for a million other things. Mike Malone, as an example that James Ham lovingly pointed out last week. I mean, there's a million faults you can point at, but ultimately, if this thing turns around, it's turning around on his watch. He'll still get, part of the credit, whether it's the credit of his vision or the credit of him just going away.
Yeah. No, I agree. And the interesting thing about that, because people always talk about Michael Malone and they always talk about Vivek, get out the way and let basketball people do what they're supposed to do. Well, Isn't that why Malone got fired? Because it wasn't Vivek saying,
He
get him out of
co-signed.
here.
He co-signed a basketball guy's decision.
Pete was like, we need to get him out of here. He's like, all right, well, if you say that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. And much like Jed York, when he was going through what he was going through with the Niners, and Dolan in New York, Joe Lacob, the only thing that is going to change people's perception of you is if you find a way to win. That's it.
Yeah, he's not in the Dolan category. Winning isn't going to change the way anyone thinks about Dolan. But Joe Lacob, correct. Jed York, correct.
Wow.
Jerry Jones could win 10 Super Bowls. Everyone's going to think the exact same thing about him. Those two are in kind of rarefied air of like, nah, we good. Vivek's not that. And I mean, it's not like Vivek doesn't want this organization to be successful. It is, dumb it down to its simplest. It's a business.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to run a failing business.
Right.
It's just a question of whether he'll take the steps to make this a successful business or not. You spotted something from our man Brenden Nunes over the weekend that we should probably go over as well. And man, was there some news in the National Football League this week. A lot of it centers around the quarterback position. What's this all mean for the San Francisco 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo? I know you got your thoughts on that. Anxious to hear him as Dealing with KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
#1, damn it.
Yeah? Huh. I'll know what it is. I wouldn't know what that felt like, so maybe that's what this is. Yeah, I think that's one of the last options available there, Jeff Hardy. By the way, Jeff Hardy, have we talked about this yet? How happy are you? Did we talk about this at the end of last week? I gotta imagine you're pretty happy. Your boy is back. That's funny. That's funny, Dave. I don't think he did, but that's very funny. Him and Jesse split the cost. Him and Jesse split the cost of a limo together. Oh man, I believe it. Yeah, I don't even know how old Matt is. I know he's young. Oh, I know. Yeah, Jeff's a wild one. Oh, shout out Big E. Speaking of,
oh damn,
man.
Well, I mean, he's as good as he can be expected. Through the videos and updates that he's given. That's just terrible. Did you see the?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Man.
Did he really say that? I believe it. I think there is some legitimacy to that stuff. Like, I'd rock with DDP if he wanted to take me under his wing. DDP. Bang. Really? Wow. Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. Self high five.
Kim Page was like one of the first ones that I was like, oh, I
Oh,
like
oh.
her.
Mm.
I like her.
Like, how did DDP pull Kimberly? Oh, yeah, that was awful. What was really funny, too, is he's stalking the Undertaker's wife, and then he pulls off the mask, the crowd pops, and then he runs around like he's a baby face pointing at the crowd, doing the bang. Like, they just sunk like 3 weeks into you being a stalker, and now you're running around pointing at the crowd. It's like it was a terrible idea that DDP executed even more terrible. Someone posted a video. I remember when this happened, but I forgot all about it. That Scott Hall once came out to the Fugees at an ECW show.
What?
Oh, I'll tag you in it right now. It's a good one.
Oh. I gotta shout out when we come back on.
Okay. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide.
Man, it was good to see Scott get back because it got dark for a second. I always remember that one time he had a they showed one of those things. Yeah, and he was done. And that was what about
Yeah.
And that was what about probably like what 10, 15 years ago? That
it was probably yeah. Yeah, it might have been a little bit longer than that, but yeah, about that. On Scott Hall, yeah, I did.
I don't think I've seen him.
Yeah, I think that was where either Stephanie or Vince said they. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on Facebook Live and the Odyssey app as well. You got a shout out you wanted to throw out there?
Yeah, man. I want to give a big shout out to two local basketball squads putting in work. Elk Grove's boys basketball state championship. Elk Grove boys basketball team, man, won the Division II California state title on Saturday. And I think I got this correct. I probably should fact check this.
Okay.
But I'm going to do it anyway. Coach Molly, if you're in here, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I thought I saw somewhere that the women's basketball team at Sierra Community College won the state championship for junior college basketball this weekend. So, yeah, big ups to them. Gotta love it. You gotta love it when the local teams are doing good.
Yeah, one day Kenny will fact check the rundown and we'll
Oh no. Are you kidding me?
Whoa, what is this? There's a Mark Stein says that Quin Snyder could be a potential successor to Greg Popovich. What? Why? Why would Quin Snyder leave the Utah Jazz?
I'm not sure. Well, if he knows Donovan's leaving.
Where's Donovan going?
Well, Donovan's up for there's something where after next year, I forgot what did he not sign the extension or his extension is up, something like that.
Oh,
where
I think Donovan
he's got
signed.
a year.
Didn't he?
Well, I mean, I think he signed, but it's
want to
like
go.
Yeah, it's like I'll put it to you like this: they're worried about his next contract. They're already preparing for the possibility of his next contract,
which is in 2026. Just for the record,
really?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, know why people are so stressed about it.
I take that back. So, take that back. My apologies. There's a player option in 2025.
That's still ways away. But I always hear that story. Like I always hear about him. Like the Jazz are super conscious of making sure he's happy and he stays. And when the way they say it, I know it wasn't like this offseason, but they say it like it was like next offseason. It's still a ways away. 25, 26. It's a ways away.
It's a ways. It is. But if I recall correctly, there were some following the Rudy Gobert stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not him being terrible in the playoffs, but the Rudy Gobert stuff from 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Following some of that stuff, I remember there being reports about. I think there were reports that those two, like Donovan, was really upset with Rudy Gobert and his behavior. And then I remember the follow-up reports. Oh, Donovan and Rudy Gobert, they've hashed it out. But you know how the NBA world is. But it's something to keep an eye on, because if Donovan Mitchell wants out, it's like, yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to harden his way out of there. But
yeah, well, and then it flared back up allegedly. The guys on the Hoop Collective brought this up. I remember hearing this. Like, there was a time when Utah this year wasn't playing very well, and Rudy Gobert, they had played the Suns, and Rudy Gobert after the game was like, yeah. I mean, if you just look at Devin Booker, he's out there playing defense, playing hard on both sides of the floor, and you love to see that. You love to see when one of your best players is out there playing hard on both sides. And everybody's like, yeah, that wasn't an accident. That wasn't an accident. So, like, if he has a player option in 25, next year will be considered 23. He could tell them after next year, look, it ain't gonna happen. You might want to move me. Because now, remember, ever since, I think it was Anthony Davis, maybe it was even Kawhi. The last,
it was AD.
The 2 years away is now you better trade me.
Yeah, right.
2 years
is
away is the
1
contract
year.
year. So I guess that would make it, next year would be the full year, and then 24 he would come to them and be like, look, I'm not staying, so do something now.
You think Pop's done? We were talking about Greg Popovich with Ben Ross over on Sports Sunday last night. Do you think Pop's done?
Like after this year?
Did he come back this year? And by the way, if he did, there's nothing wrong with it. Do you think he came back this year to get the record and go on about his business?
I mean, yeah, because I don't see anything turning around in a quick fashion for the Spurs anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like, they're best case scenario, they have a rebuild going on that he may, and Buford, they may be able to execute it flawlessly. But even if they execute it flawlessly, that's still about 2, 3, 4 years away. And I don't know if he wants to hang around for that. So he could have quite possibly came and wanted to get this record under his belt, and this might be his last season.
Yeah, that'll definitely be one of the more interesting things to.
And he
follow.
is the I could absolutely see him. This is going to be shade. Don't mean it as such, but I guess so. Being the anti-Coach K, like, he's not going to tell us.
Oh, he doesn't
summer,
want to tour. Yeah.
That this is my last year coming up.
That's right.
He's going to just go. Like, he may go this
agree.
summer.
Yeah. Yeah. I completely agree with you. I also think he could be like the new Jerry West. Where organizations hire him, like, and I'm not talking about the general manager Jerry West. I'm talking about, like, Jerry West essentially became a counsel for teams, and I could see him taking on that role where he's basically for hire. You come in and work with the Sacramento Kings and help fix this organization.
Yeah, come on, Sac Pop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or Charlotte or New York or any of the 32 teams. Like, I could see him doing that.
You mentioned real quick about Pop, and you mentioned last night when we were on Sports Sunday. You thought there was a really good argument. You made a really good argument about Pop being the greatest coach of all time. I'm still sticking with Phil Jackson, but I mean, your points were valid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just it was a discussion. Like, as you know, they kind of shoot us some notes. Like, here's a couple of things you guys will be talking about, and I know how you feel about Phil Jackson, and I know for you it's Phil and Pop, and for me that you laid out why Phil Jackson is the greatest, and pointed out some of the things Pop did. And I thought, when you look at Pop and the fact that he, you mentioned Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili and this collective group of players that kind of centered around Tim Duncan. You had Kawhi Leonard there for one of those championships. You had David Robinson there. You landed the most flawless tank. You may have ruined the NBA with the perfect tank job that you did to land Tim Duncan to play alongside David Robinson, who didn't play the year prior. And you look at the way he just laid those things out. And for 2 decades with the same franchise, dude won 5 titles, made the playoffs year after year, was 50 plus wins, all of the. There's no, and this isn't to discredit, because there's absolutely no reason to discredit Phil Jackson, but there's no Jordan on here. There's no, Scotty and Rodman. There's no Kobe and Shaq. Like that's not there with this group. It's Tim Duncan, and then guys who were all very, very good, but completely understood their role. Like when the nonstop argument about players starting and not starting would always go back to, well, look what Manu Ginobili does. Manu Ginobili's good enough to start away, but look at the way he handles it. Like everybody bought into you. I don't think you normally hear this phrase in San Antonio. You hear it in New England, but they bought into the Spurs way. And I credit Popovich for that.
Yeah, no, he's up there. I try to think if it's either for number 2 for me, if it's him or Pat Riley. But I mean, that's where it is. Even if I put Pat Riley ahead of him, he's not going any lower than 3. So
I have a re-sparked love for Pat Riley. I told you I was bored Saturday before the Kings game started because I have no life. So I was just sitting around home, and I was messing with ESPN Plus. All of this love that you were giving it. I was like, I know they got their 30 for 30s, and I wanted to, for whatever reason, watch the announcement again, the Magic Johnson 30 for 30. And there's a scene in there that I just like Pat Riley's demeanor through the whole thing was just like incredible to me. But I forgot about the story that he called Magic to work out after Magic had retired. After November of 91, he called Magic and was like, hey, get your gear, let's work. And he put him through his first like really high intense basketball workout since his HIV announcement.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was like, man, and also I learned, I don't know if you knew this already. I know why Magic's no selling Showtime or no selling winning time. He's got his own doc. He's got not a series, not a series where an actor's playing him. Yeah. He's got the Last Dance treatment. He's got a 4-part documentary that's coming out on Apple TV.
Oh wow.
That's why he was no selling it. He's like, I got my own. I'm trying to watch that. I mean, that's probably one of 10 reasons he was no selling it. But yeah, he's got something dropping on Apple TV.
I didn't know that. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm locked in.
I told you this morning, like I think I've like downplayed my love for Magic Johnson, because I was telling Kenny how vividly I remember that November 7th, 1991 announcement. And then every year when the All-Star game gets here, hey, what's your favorite All-Star game? And every year it's 1992.
Yeah.
It's always like, it doesn't, that doesn't even make sense. The way that game is played. And Rick Adelman should have been watching that game and taking notes, so he knew when Jordan retired and Jordan hits that shot in the corner that you walk off the floor. You don't run another play. Magic hit a shot, that fall away 3 over Isaiah Thomas with 40 seconds left. It's over.
Come on.
Game was over. That was it. That was like his third. He hit one over. He hit one like deep. I don't think anyone was guarding him. He played off of Michael for a minute, and then he hit that long 3. He hit that turnaround 3 on Isaiah. Game ended. That was it.
And
But
they
no,
say, look,
Rick-
Mike not letting them get it. Mike not letting them get it.
Rick Adelman had to call timeout, and the East messed it all up. And I remember Jordan walking off the floor like, you got to be kidding me. We're about to play overtime in a freaking All-Star game. All right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the Magic is he's amazing to watch. Like when you really think about it, man, and you think about 6'9", could run as fast as any guard, the passing ability. Magic is almost like a LeBron, and like, what do you do? What do you do with that? When you try to stop him? Like if he has to be, and then he could back you down. He had the post game too. What do you do with that? This guy can handle the rock. He can run the point. He's 6'9". He runs like a gazelle. He can finish. He can pass. What do you do with that? Yeah. Magic is amazing. I love Magic.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Ken Rudolph does TVG now and FanDuel, and he's a horse racing guy, always has been. He's going to join us, but he's a Kings fan at his core, and he started some stuff over the weekend, and we're going to talk to our man Ken here coming up.
Is Ken from Sacramento?
Ken's from Los Angeles, moved to Sacramento, back to Los Angeles, he's from Sacramento. From Sacramento, wound up in Los Angeles, back to Sacramento, back to Los Angeles.
Gotcha.
Of course, we could just ask him to clarify that in a couple of minutes, but I know he's I think the story is he hung up on someone because they called during the it's a funny story. I'll have to ask him to tell it. It was after the Kings lost to the Lakers, and someone called him, but it was like his dad or something, or I don't remember who it was. Like, I don't want to talk to you. And just like hung up and threw the phone away or something like that. We'll talk to Ken.
The streets are saying Cordova High's finest.
That's right. Yep, that's right. He'll rep Cordova strong too. Yeah, he'll rep Cordova strong. You mentioned Brenden Nunes had said something about the upcoming draft. Could you relay that to us?
Yeah. So on Saturday afternoon, Brenden had tweeted out a screenshot of like one of the Tankathon things, and he went basically with the Kings having the 8th pick, and he listed how the 7 picks previously went. And for me personally, he got like the only 7 guys that'd really be interested in the Kings getting. And I think he did this, because he probably feels close to the same way. And he asked the question, if this was a scenario, who should the Kings take at 8th? And at first was Chet Holmgren. Second was Jabari Smith. Banchero was 3rd. Jaden Ivey, 4th. AJ Griffin, 5th. Shaedon Sharpe, 6th. Keegan Murray, 7th. And for me, I said, well, that's even more reason to trade the pick. Because there's some other good ball players out there, but none of them, like there was a point guard. Like I like Ty Washington, but he's a point guard, small little point guard. I wouldn't want him. The shooting guard from Arizona, it's cool. I got some questions about him. There isn't anybody off the top of my head that I could look at and say, oh yeah, this is still a good move for the Kings right now. You know what I mean? That off the top of my head at that time, I was just like, well, that would be all the ammo to trade the pick, because those 7 guys before were the guys that I was kind of looking at that would fit and would help what they're trying to do. And I just wanted to ask the people, you know what I'm saying? I retweeted it. I'll retweet it on my Twitter or whatever. But what would the Kings fans want in that situation? Would they be all for a trade? Because I know Keegan Murray is the guy that everybody's in love with right now. Rightfully so. He is balling. He has had a great Big Ten tournament, and he's looking like he's gearing up for the tournament. But I'd like to know what the people think, man. After that 7 picks before the Kings picking 8th, and right now the Kings are slated to be 6th. They got the 6th worst.
They're
worst
6th
record
right now. Yeah. Indy's like half a game ahead of them. I told you it's going to come down to the Kings and the Pacers the rest of the way. Don't you have to? Does it boil down to a power forward? Like, you can't take another guard.
Yeah, and see, that's the killer, right? That's the killer. Like, you got guys like I said, I like Ty Washington, Benedict.
Let me
Arizona,
rephrase
he's
that.
nice, but he's a shooting guard.
If there's a game-changing shooting guard, you could take it, because we've been talking about a starting caliber 2 guard for a week and a half, 2 weeks now. And we've probably been doing it for longer than that, but we've really zeroed in on it the last couple of weeks when we've focused our ire on Justin Holiday. If you can land like that starting two guard in the draft, like, cool, but is it there? Like, is there
you got guys like Johnny Davis, who wasn't in that group of players that I talked about over at Wisconsin. I like Johnny Davis. He's cool. I want to see some more from him. I got to really dive into the film with him, because one of the things that concerns me is I'm not sure how I trust his 3-point shot. He's got the mid-range down there. I said when I talked about him earlier in the season that he reminded me a little bit of Devin Booker. And that's great, like, if he were to come anywhere close to Devin Booker. But I like to see him shoot the 3 ball a little bit better than what I have. The handle, I want the handle to be a little better. So he's good. He would be a good pick. But when you talk about can't miss, I'm kind of like in the vein of you. Like, not only we're talking about signing a shooting guard, we're talking about bringing back Dante DiVincenzo, trying to figure out where Davion Mitchell plays,
right?
Terrence Davis. You want to draft another shooting guard?
Yeah.
Like, he's got to be. You want to talk about you can't miss on him. You cannot miss. That guy that you draft, you probably have to be like, yo, I think he's going to be better day one than all of these guys. And that's why we drafted him. So, yeah, I don't know.
It'd be fascinating to know what the approach is for Monte McNair, because also I look at this and we've talked about your boy Paolo Banchero, Jabari Smith. You mentioned Keegan Murray a minute ago. Those guys are all at the forward position, right? Predominantly the power forward position.
Yeah.
The 4 spot. The other spot we've been talking about that the Kings desperately need to upgrade. They desperately need to find. And shout out to Trey Lyles, who played, pretty well. He was one of the Kings that were eaten on Saturday.
People mad about. I haven't been mad about my time with Trey Lyles here in Sacramento. I'm not trying to say he is a starting guy or anything like that. I haven't been mad at it, man.
Are people mad at it?
I mean, they'll say
feel like Trey's not a starter. I think that's what it is.
And I don't accurate. I don't know.
Come on,
man. I'm not. If you had a better 2 guard, I think that might clear up some things. I'm not. I'll put it to you like this. I'm not ready to say Trey is not a starter.
You upgrade the 2 positions.
Negatives there.
That's fine. That's fine. That's all right. You upgrade the 2 spot. You're telling me you're good with Trey Lyles being the starting 4 next year? Boy, man, order this man a Trey Lyles jersey. Order this dude a Trey Lyles jersey.
I'm not mad at it. He can shoot the 3 ball. He spaces the floor for you. That's what everybody always wants. Spaces the floor. He's not a great rebounder and he's not a great defender. Those are the things that worry me. But
you ride with him. I mean, when you love somebody, boy,
I'm gonna stick beside him. I'm gonna stick beside him.
You love him like Ken Rudolph loves Ray McCollum. Ken loved him some Ray McCollum. We could see Ken, like he's already logged into the stream. He's sitting here playing it cool in his beautiful Los Angeles house, probably on the beach, probably got the Pacific Ocean right behind him. We're gonna talk to him coming up.
And look, and mind you, when I say Trey Lyles coming back, look, if they can go get John Collins, absolutely. I want him over Trey Lyles. If they can go get Julius Randle, absolutely. If they end up drafting Keegan Murray or Apollo Banchero, absolutely. Those guys are better than Trey Lyles. But if you get through the beginning of the offseason and those guys aren't there, I'm not sure. I would want the people to let me know what power forward can you find better if those top guys aren't gone. Obviously, he's not the great. I'm not saying build your whole thing around him, but if your focus is, hey, we need to get, and it might have to be this, in my opinion, we need to get better on the perimeter with shooting and on the defensive end. Like that, to me, that might be the number one priority. Mm-hmm. If that's your focus and you can only handle one thing at a time, I think if you knock that out the park and come back with Trey Lyles, that's okay.
Okay. Well, those are off-season problems that we'll visit. We've kind of neglected the National Football League. We're going to get to it, I promise. There's a lot going on. Obviously, everybody's aware Tom Brady's retirement was – he did that pro wrestling retirement where like he put some posts, a big Instagram post, and then, you know, Linda McMahon says, and your surprise opponent is – and it's and it's Tom Brady's music. Deshaun Watson, that whole market is heated up quite a bit. Didn't take long at all. Kirk Cousins – perhaps the greatest contract negotiator in history. What does all of this mean for the San Francisco 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo? We will get to that in time. My man, Ken Rudolph, joins us next. He's got some opinions on a lot of things, but specifically De'Aaron Fox. We'll talk to him next here on Sacramento's Home for Real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. All right, let's get my man in here. Oh, my man.
Hold on, man. Okay, there you go.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's
up, man?
Ken, what's popping, man?
Hey, KC, what's happening, brother? Nice to see you, man. Look forward to seeing y'all in the flesh. I told Damian I'm coming up there in a couple of weeks. I got to see my brothers and stuff up there, so I look forward to maybe getting a chance to chop it up with y'all.
Absolutely. We got to make that happen.
Y'all doing all right?
You was born here, right?
Yeah, man. Saw my birthday.
And then you went to LA.
Yes.
And then you came back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I know the Army's mixed in there and all of that, but I was trying to figure out which came first. I knew you went to Cordova, but
yes, sir.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, we good. We in commercial. We're live on the stream. We'll be back in a few minutes. But yeah, man, we good.
Yeah,
good, baby.
How is it changed? Like, has the feel of the city changed at all? Like for you?
No, it's exactly the same.
That's not what I was hoping to hear.
What if you're asking about like what I think you're at? No, it ain't changed.
Okay. Well, no, I know that can't change, but you know, they gave you carved out your own space. So
man, this is
you feel a little bit more comfortable and you feel
man, this is like when Dorothy walks out the house and it's color, like the yellow brick road is there and Glinda the good witch comes down. That's what this is like. That's what we're doing is like. It's like we're here in the land of Oz.
Okay. All right.
I ain't never going back to Kansas.
Right?
I ain't never going back.
Good.
I'm just camping out with my munchkins and my scarecrow and
right.
That's deal.
Fantastic. How your dogs doing?
Hey, they're hanging in there, man. I got one that's not doing well, but
really? Oh man.
Yeah, she's battling something, but she's fighting.
We had to find our dog a new home when we got here. We had Magic that we had.
Magic, yeah.
So we got here and we live actually in the hills. The condo that we're in is up in a hill by Universal Studios. So there's nothing but Runyon Canyon is right over a mile from me where we hike. Griffith Park is on the other side of the mountain. So we have coyotes that live in our area. We have the condo is outdoor condo. It's not like a condo building, just a massive thing with tennis courts and pools and stuff. And so she got into a fight with a coyote. And if y'all know how coyotes roll, they don't roll alone. They usually try to lure you back to where the rest of them are hanging out.
All right.
And that's when you get messed up. So she was a German Shepherd and she just wasn't having it. She was not having it. Every single day she was trying to jump off the balcony. So it took us 6 months to find her a new home.
Wow.
6 months. We found somebody on a beach, Seal Beach in Orange County, California. So
as long as they're happy, man.
Right. I was like, not my dog.
How's my boy? How's Malcolm?
Man, he's the best ever. That dude, bro, you don't even know.
That dude gonna be a ladies' man.
I don't even. Well, he's 11. He's already starting to stink. So he has to double up on deodorant in the morning. We have to make him remember because he's super active. He's on 2 baseball teams. He made the travel baseball team. He's on my baseball team, the regular rec league. So he's like 4 games a week. He's like all in. My man is all
dope.
in. So happy for him. He's working hard. So he's working hard.
Love
it.
Fantastic. So she was so happy to go back here. She was she was so unhappy for 7 years in Sacramento. She hated it.
And that's the same place, right? Like you guys kept that place the whole
yeah,
time.
we had a renter in here for the 8 years or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
That's Runyon. I went to Runyon one time. And
Yeah.
that's where you got to get your, your IG. Yo, I'm out here grinding.
Try coming back up again the other side, man.
The process. The Runyon Canyon Club, man.
You got to be prepared out there, man. You just can't go out there willy-nilly.
Oh, no, you got to because people are flashing pictures, all that other good stuff.
We're coming back, guys. Hang on.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Turn this nonsense off.
Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You can listen to us anywhere in the world on that Odyssey app, including Los Angeles, California,
Hey.
where my man, Ken Rudolph, former partner here on the radio, formerly Good Day Sacramento, currently TVG. I know you do some work with FanDuel, and I know you still are very good at starting stuff on social media. So, Ken, we've been...
I was about to say, that's why I hit D-Lo. I said, D-Lo, you see Ken over the weekend? You see what he was doing over here? Just creating a buzz, creating a firestorm, getting people all riled up. I said, we got to talk to Ken, man. He out here starting stuff.
Me? No. Come on now, y'all. I'm not starting any trouble. First off, so great to see y'all, man. KC, great to see you, brother.
Yes,
I appreciate what you guys are building there in Sacramento, Damian. You're my dude. You guys doing all right?
Yeah,
good, man.
Yeah,
I used to,
but yeah, we're good.
I used to think Ken from, he'd wrap up at Good Day Sacramento. He'd head over to the Bad Guys studio and what can I do to really rile D-Lo up today? Like he'd have like a 20, 25-minute drive. Like, wow, what could I do that would, and every day he'd know what it was. Like he'd just wait, like, oh, day's going fine. Then all of a sudden, boom, Ken got something. Now he's just doing it on social media.
No, see, this is the beauty of partnerships, right? Like when you and I met, Damian, we're always going to tell the story till we're old and gray. That as soon as we met each other, we started arguing. But it wasn't like but it wasn't like we were mad at all. We were just like, what are you talking about? No, you're wrong. And
we had a disagreement about Kobe Bryant.
Yes,
that's what it was. Yeah.
So we walked in the door, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. What? Kobe, what? And right into it. And I was like, that's what they call chemistry. That's what they call that. When you immediately have something that you connect on, but yet at the same time, we disagreed. It's incredible. And so I was like, that's chemistry. That's somebody that no matter what Damian says, it's automatically going to get me thinking. And it's automatically going to get a response out of me. And that's something you just can't create. You can't make that up. So I've always cherished that. And I've always been like, as soon as I sat down at the mic, I'm like, whatever he says and whatever I feel, I'm going. And I don't care. Because I feel it feels true to me. So I just would follow it.
Yeah. Ken taught me a lot about what Kenny and I do here, like about kind of breaking the fourth wall. Like if we have if we have something that we're not vibing with, we don't wait till commercial break to figure it out. Ken would just, what is your problem? Why you got that look on your face? What are you mad at me about? I remember we had Kyrie Champion on one time and you said something and I looked at you. Like, I don't even remember what you said, but you said something and I looked at you. We wrap up with Kyrie, hang up, and Ken right out the gate. What are you looking at me for? What's the problem? Let's just hash it out right now. And I realized this is fantastic. Like as a listener, like I would love this. You just talk through the intricacies of what you do. And like I learned so much from you in that element that we carry over here to what we do on D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I feel like this is still the only medium where there is no interruption. There is no filter, right? When you go to television, there's a delay sometimes. You've got edited pieces. You've got all this stuff that's in between me and you and the message. Well, with radio, there's nothing in between this. It's just me and you talking right now, and it's real time. And I think that that's going to be, it's always going to be the greatest way to connect with people. I think it's the only way to talk about sports because you have that give and take. Because if someone's in the car or they're sitting at their computer or whatever they're doing these days to listen to this, they're here right now. Yeah. And they have an opinion on what we're saying right now. And they have the ability to respond to what we're saying in real time right now. You guys see it, we respond. Or if we're taking calls or whatever the case may be. So I've always thought this is the best way to have a discussion. And if you have a situation where you've got a point guard that's not doing his job, like the best place to talk about that is Twitter and on the radio.
Yeah, no, okay. Let's get into it. Let's get in. Because look, I'm not here to, I can understand where Ken is coming from, but it all stems from NBA Central threw out a tweet about De'Aaron Fox's last, I can't even count how many it is. I think it's about 8, 9 games. And the numbers are crazy, 41, 32, 24, 44, a bunch of other high 20s to 33, shooting above 50% in all of the games. The assist total is 11, 10, 7, 6, 9, 10, 10, 4, 9. Like, the man is balling right now, absolutely balling. And, you know, I think it was our guy John Bull, he mentioned it, and, you know, everybody's like, yeah, look at De'Aaron, he's hooping. And Ken just comes in like, means nothing. Means nothing. Ken, explain yourself.
I don't think I have to. The numbers back everything up. And the history of the game backs everything up. Look, from the history of this game, we would just celebrate 75 years or something like that of NBA talent. There's always been at least 100 guys in the league that get buckets. And you can't stop them from getting buckets. In fact, every single player in the NBA has been getting buckets since they were 12 years old. So a guy in the league that gets buckets every night means nothing to me. And so I'm like, okay, great. We know what kind of ability this individual has as a player. And I want to preface my comments is the thing that fans make the mistake of doing, they did it with DeMarcus, do it with everybody. You fall in love with that player, and that player don't care about you. Don't worry about that player. That player is already living their dream. They're in the NBA. They've already accomplished their life's goal. Our job is to try to find someone who's going to win for our city. Sacramento's on my birth certificate. I can't shake it. So I just want somebody who's going to win for my city. That dude's got $100 million. He don't care. I'm not saying he's not trying to win. I'm saying he don't care about me and my city. So what I'm trying to do is find a point guard that can do their job and make my city better. He can have all those points, but if your team is 2-8 during that time, and in a crucial game where you score all kinds of points, but you miss the second of 2 free throws, and you end up losing by 1. Now, the context of that Dallas game is they made a late 3-pointer, and okay, but you still had the ball in your hands, and you always do at the end of the game, and you're responsible for sealing the victory. You're responsible for either making the shot or the pass that wins the game. Can you tell me more than one highlight where Mr. Fox made the pass that wins the game? One time he hit, I think, Me Too over in the corner for a 3. Can you name me another situation? Because I watch, but you guys cover the team. Y'all are in it every day. Can someone tell me another situation when this dude made the pass that won the game?
Now, here's what I'll say about that, Ken. That is, and what you're saying, I understand completely. I agree with a lot of it. But that's also very results-based.
Right.
Because if he makes the right pass and the great pass and somebody hits off the side of the backboard, he did his job.
So you're telling me that every single time he's making a good pass, so that's what everyone's saying on social media, he doesn't have a good, supporting cast. And I'm pretty sure that all the leaders that we champion throughout the history of sports, they did it without great players around them. They made the players around them better. Don't forget, even
give me an
Jordan,
example.
Yeah, I gotta hear that one. Who
Go ahead, give me an example.
In any sport or basketball?
Sure.
Yeah.
You want to go? Let's go. I'll go basketball. I'll start with Sacramento Kings, and I'll start with Mitch Richmond. Who was around Mitch Richmond when they made the playoffs? Brian Grant and nobody else. Nobody that, we all as Kings fans remember Michael Smith and everybody else, and we love them, but those aren't players that anyone's going to remember. Your star player makes everyone around you better. They make it so that they can rely on you at the end of the game. They know when it comes down to it, they can count on you to either get a bucket, either get a stop, or that pass, something that's going to make us better. So explain to me how a team back in 1997 with a bunch of guys who were not special at all. Explain to me how they made the playoffs. Explain to me how they beat Seattle in game 2 in Key Arena. And explain to me how that team is so much better than what we put out on the court the last 5 years. They weren't. They just played as a team, and they had one leader. One guy that was like, I'm the dude, not give me the ball. I'm the leader. Isn't that a difference, right? Don't give me the ball. I'm the leader. I think that's two different things.
I do want to point out that team was 39-43.
Right. The team wasn't very good.
If you got ever went 39-43, you'd have a parade.
Well, we did a couple years ago. Dave Yeager went 39-43, and they fired him.
Hey, that's not on. That's on.
And look, I'll also point this out, Ken, too. Mitch Richmond was 31 years old.
Okay.
We're talking about a 24-year-old.
Nope. Mitch Richmond did that when he was a rookie in Golden State. Now, he had help.
He had Hall of Famers with him.
He had to step up and do his job. Don't you got to do your job?
Yeah, he did his job, and the other Hall of Famers did their job, and they made the playoffs. Justin Holiday ain't a Hall of Famer.
Whatever the scenario is, you have to adjust and do your job.
So okay, here's the other thing. De'Aaron's not doing his job right now?
Who?
De'Aaron.
What?
He's not doing his job right now?
He's not doing all of his job. He's doing the Russell Westbrook part of his job. He's doing the scoring and the dominating the ball part. But he's not doing the controlling the tempo of the game. He's not doing the controlling the attitude and focus of his team. How are you going to tell me with this new series on HBO about Magic Johnson? So I know Magic's special, but you look for certain tangibles in your point guard that have been there forever. You look for leadership. Even when he talks in his post game, it is nothing but ridiculous answers. It is nothing that I could say, okay, he's getting a little bit closer to understanding what they want to do as a team. Oh, okay, he's getting a little bit closer to be a lead.
That's not fair, though. I don't think that's because mainly because his team is constantly changing. The team that he had, there probably ain't a soul in sight from the team that was here when he was drafted as a rookie, or probably the year after that, or the year after that. Hell, he just went through a big change a month ago.
Yep. Okay.
Like he doesn't have the ability to, adjust and figure out, okay, what's my role with it? No, I can't figure out my role with the team keeps changing. I don't need to figure out my role with this team for the next 13 games because I know my team is changing again in June.
Okay. That's valid. And that's what I think everyone is continuing to do in Sacramento is make excuses for this player. And I'm like, look, man, everyone around the league looks at our team. When they list the top point guards, they don't list our guy. There's a reason for that. Because our guy is not consistent. Our guy's not closing out games. Our guy's missing layups. Our guy's taking far too many jump shots to be the point guard. Our guy has too many turnovers. I mean, he's so incredible. He can control the tempo. How are you looking at how is LaMelo coming in here and taking over immediately? How are all these other guards that are younger than him coming into the league and boom, they're taking over? I know he's in a tough situation, but I feel like he's not taking the right approach. I think the approach should be scoring less, control more. Score less, control more. I feel like
he has to score.
Yeah, who's going to score? Justin Holiday routinely puts up 3 of 13 from the field.
If you have an effective, I think, well, first off, if you have an effective offense, anyone can score in your offense. Granted, you're going to have guys you have to go to get buckets. We don't necessarily have that. Well, you do now with Sabonis. That's a go-to guaranteed bucket. Low post is fantastic, especially with him. Those two together, and I think that's the best thing that's ever happened to Darren, is to get that low post so that now he has to give up the ball. He absolutely has to give that ball up because that dude down there demands it, and he's going to make it worth it, and it should open things up for everyone else. Hopefully that dynamic will open him up to be a much better leader on the court because it's difficult with the people he had. I'm not going to argue with you about that. That's a tough squad to deal with. But how many good teams are there in the NBA? And the ones that aren't good, they're not struggling like the Sacramento Kings are. And so there has to be something to your leader. You got to start there, man. You can't keep blaming the coach, and you have to start with your leader, and he has to provide some consistency and some continuity within the team. And I just think his post-game comment should be better too. If he's not happy, then say he's not happy, right? If he likes what they're doing, then say that. But he gives the same comment every single time, and you can tell he hates answering the question. So I'm like, bro, if you don't want to answer the question, then ask them to trade you. Go somewhere else and be happy. Because if you're not happy, we're not going to be happy.
So here's the flip side, and I agree with you because I was on Foxhead the entire pre-trade deadline, pretty much, for the way he approached leading this team. I agree with you. I hear you on that. But you had a guy that would do the exact opposite in Tyrese Halliburton.
Right.
He would do the exact opposite in De'Aaron Fox.
True.
And they were out there losing by 60. So like Tyrese would have the most colorful quotes and the most profound leader things to say every single night, and they would get blasted. I agree with you in a perfect world, but the thing that trumps all of that, in my opinion, is talent. It trumps all of that. You could have a bad leader, but if he's flanked by 2 other all-stars or Hall of Famers, it's all good.
You're never going to get that. You're never going to get that. You have to trade every valuable piece. You're in a wasteland where free agents are not coming there. Nobody wants to be the savior there because they already saw the savior come through with Weber and those guys. And they're like, you know what? That really wasn't worth it. What do they get? They get a jersey up in the rafters. I mean, who wants to come there and save Sacramento?
Apparently you get jobs forever too if you look around long enough.
Oh man, don't even get me started on that. Some of them deserve them. Like, man, I'm so happy that Doug is on the sideline because we know that Doug Christie is born to be a coach.
Yeah,
Doug is an incredible person. Like, I can't wait for him to get his chance in a situation where he can actually have influence, from top to bottom. He's just,
as Doug would say, that part. That part right there.
The top to bottom
part.
to be able to build and put his
That
thumb
part.
on that team and say, you play like me.
Yeah.
Let's go. You get some players like that, then you really have a parade going. That's for sure.
Yeah. My biggest thing, Ken, is, and that's why I'm so glad you came on here and you broke it down. Because Twitter is, we read our own tone when we read things, right? Like it may not even be
and all of Ken's tweets have an angry tone to them. I can't figure it out. Like every one of them, I read the same way.
Right. But my whole thing was, I don't know why it can't be a little bit of both. I don't know why it can't be. De'Aaron Fox is a hell of a ball player, and he's balling, and he needs help. And also, De'Aaron Fox needs to find a way to turn these good performances into wins.
Yes.
Like what you're saying is correct, but I also don't think it's all empty calories. Like what he's doing, like I feel right now on the court, he's doing everything he can right now to get this team to win. And maybe part of the maturation process is his understanding of things in the locker room or on the practice floor that'll get his teams to lift up right now. But right now, with those numbers, I don't think those are empty calories. He's doing everything he needs to do with this particular group to try and win and put them in an opportunity to win. It's not working out, but I think that's more so on the people around him or the lack of talent around him than it is what he is or isn't doing.
Might be. You're a hooper. Like you are a hooper. You understand a lot deeper the intricacies of playing basketball and what it means to actually be out there and be effective because it's hard. Like you understand that way better than I do. So I'm going to go ahead and I get it. But I always feel like throughout the history of the game, there's always been one guy. And it came up recently when you start talking about the top 75 players, right? So we'll have our debates. Oh, that person should have been, that person should have been there. I'll be like, every single season, there's one guy that takes all the shots for the team. There's going to be one guy that scores all your buckets. Doesn't mean that's a great player. Somebody has to take those shots. So context is everything. You can go back and start looking at all of the leading scorers on teams throughout the history. And you say, okay, well, why wasn't that person considered great? And sometimes it's a mistake by the people who make that list. Like Alex English should have been on that list. Alex English scored more points than anybody in the history of the league for 10 straight years. The entire 80s is Alex English scoring. Nobody else. But he doesn't get the respect because he's on a team with a bunch of other guys that scored 20 some odd points a game. And Denver they never won anything. So he doesn't get the respect because his team didn't win. Right. But there's always guys that got buckets throughout the history of the game. So I always try to put that in the proper context. How'd you get those buckets? What those buckets mean? If you're Dominique Wilkins, you had Atlanta competing maybe once against Boston, but you scored buckets all day, every day. So it's just got to look at the context of those buckets and what they mean for the team success.
Absolutely. I got you.
It's TVG's Ken Rudolph. Refresh my memory again. Why are you a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan?
Oh, bruh. Look, man.
And how stupid excited are you right now?
Man, that was a big old surprise. So I've been a Bucs fan. I've only really loved two teams in my entire life as far as football is concerned. When I was a kid, when Doug Williams showed up, because I was a little kid that played quarterback on my Pop Warner team. So when Doug Williams showed up, I was like, that dude right there, that's my dude. And so he's always been my guy. Bucs were my squad for those years. And I still remember when I was in the military, I was in basic training when the Washington Redskins at that time played the Broncos in the Super Bowl. And I remember doing sentry duty. And I came around my drill sergeant and he had the radio on. And Doug had just thrown his second touchdown in the second quarter. And my drill sergeant was like, hey, hold up, Private Rudolph, listen to this. And it was talking about Doug. And I still remember just like being so happy and so proud of that black quarterback and Doug Williams just being the great guy. So Tampa Bay, Doug Williams. And then, of course, I love Joe Montana because he's the greatest to ever play the game. Yes.
Okay.
Did you watch that documentary? Are you serious?
Look, Niner fan. So if you want to give it to Joe, that's fine. I'm just saying that it got to a point where I'm like, Tom, it's just
give it.
When Tom got to 6, I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do? The man's got 6. And then he went to another team. He went to another team and did it in the first year. What you want me to do with this, Ken?
Hold on.
He did it with your team.
I have to check in on my stress app. What I'm supposed to do right now before I get stressed out. Look, man, if you're a Niners guy, then you know the context, the history. And if you saw that documentary, it even gives it greater importance of how amazing Joe Montana was.
Yeah.
He had to fight off Steve Young. And he didn't just fight him off. He's like, sit your butt down over there. Carry my golf clubs because I'm better than you and you know it. Sit down. Every single time he came back, sit down, Steve. I got this. Come on, man. And then you see him talk about it in that documentary. He's still mad. He's like, man, they cost me 3 rings. And the man started crying. He's like, they cost me 3 rings. I'm still mad about that, dude. Come on, man.
I mean, well, I can't say I love Joe.
Then he got hurt.
Joe don't treat us right no more. So we kind of got to. Joe don't treat us right no more. So we kind of got an IT relationship with Joe. I love Steve. I love
treat him right.
But Joe always throwing some unnecessary shade. We like, why?
Because y'all didn't treat him right, man. Y'all didn't treat him right. You don't trade the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL. You don't do it.
Well, we had a Hall of Famer behind him ready to go.
That took what? Took him 4 years to win 1.
Oh, well, he was the De'Aaron Fox of NFL quarterback.
Dude, he inherited the best offense in the history of the NFL.
And he lost to like one of the best teams ever.
So you telling me that it would have taken Joe Montana 3 years to figure out how to beat Dallas? No, he would not have.
Oh, Joe would.
Every team that beat Joe, what did he do to come back? What did he do when he came back? Every team that crushed him, he came right back and said, the Giants knocked him out.
Yeah.
The Bears knocked him down. He came right back the next year. Sit down, sit down, sit down. He got hurt again and came back. Man, the dude got hurt again. Came back, took Kansas City to the AFC Championship.
I'll say this. Joe ain't never played nobody like them Cowboys. And I hate the Cowboys. At 91, 92, 93 Cowboys. Come on, man. The Giants were nice. They had the defense. They didn't have the offense that Cowboys team had. They didn't have the offensive line that Cowboys team had.
You're right. The offense was more prolific, but that Giants offense was super effective because they beat you up. Remember they had, Joe Morris? That dude was quick and ran around you. Mark Bavaro, they just ran into you. And Sims and Hostetler was an outstanding backup quarterback. Hostetler didn't mess around. So they had 2 quarterbacks. It didn't matter if somebody got hurt. They were still going to beat you. I just don't see. I respect Tom, obviously, and I'm so glad he came to the Bucs because we needed to win a championship after the one that we had that they took from Mr. Dungy. We needed another one after that. So I love the fact that Brady came. I respect him. He's on his game, and he's just incredible. But I don't see him having to overcome the things that Joe had to overcome to reach those heights.
That's true.
He never had a quarterback push him. He never had a front office saying to him every single year, we need to do something else. We need to get better. He's like, I'm the best. Nobody's better than me. They're like, well, you're hurt all the time. Yeah, and I come back. And when I come back, we win.
So, what came first? The chicken or the egg here? Because Jerry Rice and Joe Montana, like if you're saying Joe Montana is the greatest quarterback of all time,
No doubt.
Jerry Rice is unquestionably the greatest wide receiver of all time.
No doubt.
Would either of them be either of those if they weren't on the same team?
Yeah, Joe was already great. He'd already had 2 Super Bowls with guys you'd never heard of. Even though Freddie Solomon is a great player, most people don't talk about him. His receiving core was Freddie Solomon, Dwight Clark. They had a Mike. I got to remember Mike's last name. That was a big wide receiver. They had Charles Young. They had then they eventually got Russ Francis, and they started bringing in, and he was kind of done by the time he came to the Niners. They were just the offense was so progressive that people had no idea what they were doing. Bill Ring, these guys are people you've never heard of. Lenville Elliott.
You really are naming off people I've never heard of.
Even I don't go that far back.
That's your starting offense for the Niners the first Super Bowl. Those are the guys making it happen. Those are nobodies. But the constant is the guy that came in to change it. They went from Steve DeBerg, who's a great arm and a great leader, but Joe Montana's Joe Montana. Everything changed. If you go back and look at those records, you're going to see names of people you've never heard of in your life, but those were great complementary players. Why? Because your leader made them all better.
And you know what I took out of this, Damian? And you need to listen to King because he's right. He confirms that, yeah, the Niners should have about 10 or 11 Super Bowls.
Okay.
Oh,
It's facts. They should have 10 or 11.
Yeah. You need a quarterback.
I hate that you fed into
You need
that.
a quarterback.
This was legit supposed to go 10 minutes and it went 30. And I'm so happy. Yeah. Well, before you go, you want to say hi to Matt George live on the radio? Your old buddy Matt George.
Hey, Ken. How are you, sir?
Man, what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm lost.
I'm just messing with you, man.
I miss you so much.
Hey, look, I have expectations and pressure on people, and I've always done that since day one. And Matt, this is no surprise to you. I've always put pressure on you and expectations. Hey, man, you kept it pushing. So you get respect for keeping it pushing and staying on your grind and doing what you're doing. I got nothing but respect for that.
I love you, man. As soon as I turned on the radio, heard your voice, man, I was locked in. I pulled over because I knew I was going to be laughing.
Thank you. Appreciate
Good
you.
to see you, my friend. I can't wait to see you.
We tortured Matt for whatever it was the first couple of months he worked with us. We were all over that.
I tortured y'all too.
That's facts. That's big facts. Ken, we appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Matt George is here. He joins us next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I'll give you a Derby horse next time.
Bet. Yeah, bet. We'll do that. When's the Derby again?
The 5th.
May 7th.
Okay, we got you. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, but we'll start to make this more regular.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Ken.
Oh, that was better
gold.
than I could have imagined.
That was gold.
I love that, man. I absolutely adore that, man.
So
Anytime that I hear him, I have to stop what I'm doing and listen. Like, he's just polarizing to me.
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
Oh, darn.
Boy.
We didn't give him the opportunity as an Angels fan to laugh at my Oakland A's for another fire sale.
So
Fans can't laugh at nothing.
Hammer stayed out at the arena, so he's going to come on at 3.
Okay.
He also said he needed a few extra minutes to cry over Matt Olson.
Well, these A's fans, right? Y'all need to come across the bay, man. You see what we doing? We out here getting starters.
I see what you doing. I see you wearing.
Oh, man, we adding. We adding.
I see what you're doing. I see you wearing different teams' ball caps to match your outfits. I would never.
Hey, got to do what I got to do, man. To look fly, man. You always look fly first. But at the end of the day, they all know what it comes back to. It always comes back to that SF.
See, that's that courtside Kenny attitude right there. You got to look fly before repping your team. It's about you, not your squad.
Because when you courtside like that,
they already know who I'm riding with. They know who it is. I say it every time. You know what it is. It's Niners, Giants, Kings over here, man. You ain't never got to question that.
You're 1 for 3 on my book.
oh man, hope y'all enjoyed Ken. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with him, but that was my guy.
Yeah.
Good day, Sacramento.
I would voluntarily give up my spot on D'Lo and KC to hear Ken Rudolph talk. I love him.
Room for everybody.
I love him.
For everybody eats, baby. Everybody eats.
I got to experience
laughing at Matt's bird.
I know. As soon as I turn on, he's been quiet.
Hey, the bird's a big fan of D'Lo and KC.
As soon as D'Lo and KC comes on, he gets loose, man. I got to experience some crazy times like immediately when I was working with you and Ken, like from Prince passing away to like there were a number of just random, not really sports related things that happened that in the early stages of that show that always stuck with me.
Yeah, Matt was our first producer. And Matt and I,
loved each other. Loved each other. I was also a snot-nosed kid out of college. So.
I wanted to kill Matt on more than one occasion. I'm sure Matt wanted to kill me on more than one occasion.
I was scared. Too scared. I could give him a sass, but as soon as he came in the room, it was like, thank God there's a desk in between us. He'd break in the room like Stone Cold sometime, and I'm like,
oh, Jesse, what about it? Teddy Bridgewater.
To Miami?
To Miami.
Mm.
I was wondering where he was going to wind up. I mean, it's a 1-year deal. Back up to back. There it is. I like him too. I like him a lot too.
Better than Steelers' decision.
He's been a fun comeback story. Like he's super easy to root for.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Missed out on that bag.
Weird question. Is the Miami Dolphins, like, is that brand like one of the coolest in sports? Like, I know they haven't necessarily been successful, but in terms of like logo, color scheme, like I've always been attracted to the Miami Dolphins brand. I don't know what it is. Like, it's just, I've never been a fan of them, never really seen them be that successful, but like everything about
you just
them
like the bright colors. You like,
I mean, it's
what's the color? What are the turquoise? What's that color called?
Like a
Jesse?
turquoise sea blue,
aqua and orange. I'm going turquoise, but aqua works.
It's a different kind of orange. It's like a sun-kissed orange. It's like Tang.
What'd you know about Tang, Matt?
Hey, I love Tang growing up. I love Tang. I love Kool-Aid.
Hey, Kool-Aid.
Capri Sun was terrible.
Yeah, no, Tang is all right.
I don't think I had Tang. I had 10.
Hang on, guys. We're coming back. The C app's the best way to listen to us. You can download us on your smartphone. You can check us out on your desktop, laptop, smart device, whatever it may be. We're also live. You can check out the video stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. Hope you enjoyed that conversation with Ken Rudolph as much as we enjoyed having it. Again, it was only supposed to go about 10 minutes, but we wound up going for 30 plus, and Ken is going to be back. He still does a lot of stuff with horse racing and the Derby and all of that. So he'll come back. He'll help you pick your horses. I'm not big into that. He knows that, but he'll be here to help us out with that. And anytime we just want to talk, man, Ken's a good guy for that. As we bring in Matt George, a guy who's also very familiar with Ken Rudolph. We did make Matt's life pretty miserable during the early stages of the lowdown where Matt George was our producer. and there were, if Ken didn't want to kill him, I wanted to kill him. Like somebody for 5 days of the week, like someone wanted to kill Matt, whether it was me or whether it was Ken. Someone wanted Matt's head.
And 5 out of 5 days, it was deserved. I missed that show, man. I had so much fun in my own weird way on that show, but that was one of my first ever like real gigs in radio. So that y'all had to deal with a rookie.
Oh, that's all right, man. We had fun and that's all right. That's all right. I did that. See, I told you we put sound in the soundboard to pop each other, and I got Kenny with that one. That's all right. That's all right. Hey, you got to start somewhere, man. You did a great job, and look where you are here. You've built the Locked On Kings podcast empire.
That can't
oh no, it's there forever. And you had an episode recently that caught my attention a couple of days ago. You were talking about Alvin Gentry, and if I should have looked up the exact title because I think in my head it was like Alvin Gentry is wasting the Kings' time.
Spot on. Spot on.
Matthew, explain yourself.
And I admitted right at the beginning of the podcast that the title sounds a lot harsher than my actual point was. But I mean, to put it bluntly, I do believe to some extent Alvin Gentry is wasting the Kings' time, in the sense that I think the Kings should be using this time to pick and choose the players that we're fairly confident, if not very confident, are going to be around, put them on the floor together and see what you got. And I understand, like, and I'm totally sympathetic to the position that Alvin Gentry's in, because Gentry's trying to keep this job. Like, Gentry's trying to go from associate to head coach. He's trying to be around next season. And while I don't think there's much of a chance in hell of that happening, unless the Kings go on some miracle winning run, which is what Gentry is ultimately coaching for, like, even then, I don't even know if he makes it. So I understand Gentry's position, what Gentry is trying to do. But in reality, like, to me, even if Justin Holiday's on the second or has another year on his contract next year, like, that spot should be Davion Mitchell or Donte DiVincenzo. I think the other night, Donte DiVincenzo played 13 minutes. Like, that can't happen. I get that, like, he was having a rough game and it was for matchup purposes. I don't care. Like, the likelihood of this team actually making the playoffs is significantly low. And maybe starting Davion Mitchell next to De'Aaron Fox leads to a few more losses maybe than Justin Holiday, but they're not exactly winning right now, and Justin's not playing the best right now. And the other name that I brought up, even though I thought he's been playing pretty well, is I'm blanking. He's been starting at the 4 spot recently.
Trey Lyles.
Trey Lyles. Thank you. I almost said Trey Lance.
Forward.
Yeah, and like I get
And he's
you have
power forward of the future right there.
you have no depth at that position, and I mean, I would rather, even if we're not the biggest fan of it, I would rather see the Kings move Harrison Barnes to that position and have DiVincenzo and Davion Mitchell playing 2 and 3 in some capacity. I just want to see the group of players that I believe are going to actually be a part of this team next year playing together and playing big minutes for the remainder of the season. Treat it like an early training camp. I understand why Gentry's not, though.
Yeah, and Matt, to that point, yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Like, use this as an opportunity to see what works, because what's going on right now doesn't work, right? Like, even if you want to keep your job, even if you want to make a good impression, you're not going to make a good impression, at least to me, by doing the same thing that continues not to work. It's the same thing that we talk about with Luke Walton, we talked about before the trade deadline. Stop trotting out the same losing starting lineup night in and night out, the same starting lineup that doesn't play any defense. Put guys in different positions. Maybe you got the right personnel or the right people playing, but you don't have them in the right roles. And I just want to see Alvin give us a look of, like you said, DiVincenzo or Davion starting at the 2. I don't necessarily I wouldn't go that route as far as putting Harrison at the 4, but hell, go ahead, try it. See if that combination brings something else to life. But continuing to put Justin, I'm even going to install him out, putting Justin in a bad spot, having him at the starting 2 guard every night to be in a role that he's probably not capable of executing at a high level on a nightly basis. That's not helping anybody.
Yeah, my feeling is, as much as I actually like Justin, I do like his game, and I think he can be a valuable role player for this team off the bench next year. If Justin Holiday's your starting 2 next season, I question how much better you got. Like, even if you significantly upgrade the 4, like, the 2 guard spot is an extremely important spot or position in the NBA. And if Justin Holiday is your starting 2, like, on 28 other teams, I won't say 29, but 28 other teams, he's probably not in that spot, especially teams that are having playoff, not just hopes, but expectations at that point in time. And there's still a question mark for me with DiVincenzo and Davion Mitchell. And that's my ultimate point, is, can you answer that question? Like, we got a stretch of when Fox was out, Mitchell and Halliburton were playing together, and Mitchell was playing his best basketball offensively. Defensively, he's been pretty consistent, but offensively, he was showing, okay, he's got game a little bit. Since then, he's had moments, but it hasn't been nearly as consistent. I want to see if he can be that way next to Fox, because there's no reason to me why Davion Mitchell can't. And maybe this isn't the best comparison, but like I envision, like, if Davion Mitchell is your starting 2, it's like a Tony Allen type role, where he can score a little bit, but he's mainly out there to be your lockdown defender. Now, of course, he's a bit undersized compared to Tony Allen, but that's like what I envision in that situation. Or is Donte DiVincenzo in that spot? You traded for Donte DiVincenzo with the expectation that you're going to re-sign him. I don't know why the Kings wouldn't re-sign him this year. He is a restricted free agent, so unless he gets a ridiculous offer elsewhere, which I don't think he's going to get, are you re-signing him and paying him with the expectation that he's going to be a sixth man, or do you think he can be your starting two? Or do you get enough information from starting both of them, realizing neither of them are good enough, and maybe you use one of them in a trade to go out and get yourself a starting two guard this offseason? Like, this is time that you can use to try and answer those questions now, instead of trying to appease a coach who has a wish upon a star chance of actually staying here in Sacramento. And I'm trying not to be disrespectful to Gentry. I don't know if it would be in the best interest of Monte McNair to go down to Gentry's office, knock on the door and say, hey, this is the lineup you need to put out there. Cause I know that's not the greatest thing to do on the planet, but I mean, I just rather see the Kings better use their time with some of these guys rather than keep trotting out what we're seeing and hoping.
Well, I think the interesting thing about that is, and I think it's what you're doing isn't working. It's not like you're advocating for whether it's Donte DiVincenzo or Davion Mitchell to start next to De'Aaron Fox, and Justin Holiday is just lighting the floor up every night. Like, Justin Holiday has not played particularly well. And even though his, minutes, I think he played less than 10 minutes or around 10 minutes on Saturday. Start Davion. Start Donte. See what it looks like. Like, give it a run. If Justin Holiday was, playing out of his mind, then it's like, all right, like let it rock. See what you got here. But I'm with you in the sense of constantly trying to figure out, what you have in this group. And Matt, I think one of the funniest things that Kenny and I talk about is Alvin has tinkered with the lineup repeatedly all year, much to the head scratching of the Sacramento Kings fans. But he won't take Justin Holiday out of that 2 spot since he got here. He won't give Donte that run or Davion Mitchell that run. And we've asked ourselves that question. We've asked James Ham that question. It's an answer we just can't seem to get.
Another question mark that I have with the rotations of Alvin Gentry is just how, just the rise and fall in so many ways of Mo Harkless, to the sense that he had a significant role with this team under Luke Walton. As soon as Gentry came in, his role diminished. And then there was a 1 to 2 week period where he was back to playing consistent minutes a night, sometimes as a starter, mostly as a rotation player. And now he's back to not seeing the floor, period. And he's another guy that you have under contract next year. He's owed $4.5 million next year. So he's a guy, unless you trade him this offseason, he's more than likely going to be around. Honestly, the biggest thing with me, and I've thought about this more recently, and it's gotten me unnecessarily frustrated, or more frustrated than I can be. And I know you guys have talked about this too. I think it's a big letdown for sure, but I also think it could have made the Kings approach a lot different to this offseason if we were seeing Terrence Davis with this group right now. I just want to know, could Terrence Davis be that starting 2 guard? Because we know that he's been up and down as well. He hasn't been consistent. Nobody really on this team has been all that consistent this season. Right. But Terrence Davis showed flashes of being that 2 guard that could at least be competent on the defensive end, that did stretch the floor. So that's another question mark that you have to address this offseason. And we haven't even seen him play with this new group yet. So if you have some questions that you can try to answer here for the remainder of the regular season, try and answer them, or at least give yourself a little more information. Don't just wait till training camp.
Yeah, I agree. And when you talk about Terrence Davis, we talked about it a number of different times on here. Unfortunately for Monte, unfortunately for Terrence Davis, I feel like you got to go into the offseason saying, hey, Terrence Davis isn't the answer, so we need to upgrade from that position. You know what I mean? And that's the way you got to approach that shooting guard position. I wanted to get your opinion. I mean, maybe this is not a big deal at all, but, I noticed it. Damian noticed it. Another head scratcher. Richaun Holmes on Saturday night, for whatever reason, didn't start. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't start Richaun Holmes. He started for 2 years for this team, and Sabonis is out last minute. Why not start Richaun Holmes? Do you have any idea of maybe what Alvin was thinking with that situation?
I think it had a lot to do with the fact that Richaun has been so in and out of the lineup recently, to where he came back for a game and then was out again for personal issues after he was dealing with the amount of injuries and issues that he's dealt with all season long. So in reality, whether it's been practice time or on the floor time, Richaun Holmes hasn't spent nearly as much time on the floor with this group as Damian Jones has. And I'm A-okay. As big of a fan I am that I am of Richaun Holmes, and I want to make something perfectly clear too. Even though Richaun got paid and he hasn't been the Holmes this season that we've seen in the past couple of seasons, I still think he's a bargain contract in the NBA, and I think he's going to have a ton of value this offseason. I have to be careful saying a ton because he's not going to warrant or like get you a massive prize back. But if Monte were to pair their first round pick this year with Richaun Holmes, I imagine that there could be some significant interest in that, and you could get a pretty nice haul back in return. I have no idea. So I'm still a massive fan of Richaun, and I feel so bad for him because this has been just a roller coaster, horrific year for him that I'm confident that he's going to be able to overcome. That being said, I have more faith at this point in time in Damian Jones because I've seen him on the floor more consistently. And Jones, to me, just gives you the same thing on a nightly basis. Even if sometimes his scoring numbers may be better than other nights, like I know what I'm getting out of Damian Jones, just like over the last 2 years, I knew every single night what I was getting from Richaun. At this point in time, I don't know because he hasn't been on the floor that much. So I'm okay with that decision by Monte, plus, or rather Alvin. Plus, Damian Jones is another one of those guys where I wouldn't mind seeing him back on this roster next season. So maybe this is his chance to showcase and see if he has a shot at being a rotational bench big. And I think he does have a legitimate shot.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Matt George, his baby and his bird join us here.
Not my baby. That was my cat.
Oh my God, that was a cat.
That was a cat.
Did the cat get the bird? Because the bird has stopped chirping.
I wish every day that happens. Every
Oh
single
my
day.
goodness.
I just can't find the evilness to open the cage up. But sometimes, man,
You don't mean that. You don't. You'd be devastated.
own a bird. Own a bird, and you'll
Well,
realize.
no, like why would I own a bird?
No.
Can he stay at your house just for a week? Just give it a
No,
shot. Come on.
absolutely no, Matthew. No, absolutely not.
We're the show.
You mentioned Mo Harkless there a few minutes ago and wanting to get a look at him. Like Mo, I think it was, I was surprised to see him play the other day, but he, as James Ham told us, had been pretty beat up over the course of the last few weeks, and it'll be interesting to see what his role is moving forward. And, you know, it didn't really dawn on me. The Kings have lost 4 in a row. Like the Kings they're losing a ton of games. Like this season is just sputtering to just a frustrating end. And I'm curious what the approach will be from Alvin Gentry moving forward. Now, I understand Alvin Gentry has a job that he is essentially fighting for, but I also we've got Jeremy Lamb, who played 13 minutes. He's out for personal reasons. We know Domantas Sabonis missed the game for personal reasons the other night. It looks like he's back. I mean, I do wonder if we start seeing Neemias Queta. Like, I don't know that there's any real reason to play Josh Jackson. I don't envision him as a Sacramento King next year, but there's not a lot of changes you can make because most of the guys are already playing. I mean, Alex Lynn is under contract. I don't know what you do with that next year, but I don't know that there are a ton of changes Alvin can make moving forward, unless you just talk about minute distribution and that just completely gets slanted in one way.
Yeah, if you're giving guys looks, like I would love to see more of Neemias Queta and see extended stretches of him on the floor, because just in terms of size and shot blocking, he could help this team, I think, significantly with one of their major weaknesses. But there's a reason why he's a second-round pick. There's a reason why he's a G League player. I'm not expecting him to come in and suddenly steal the show necessarily. But, I mean, if you want to give him a look here at the end of the season in garbage time, absolutely. The only thing that I press the brakes on a little bit, and I understand that towards the end of the season on a losing team, hell, even on winning teams that have playoff spots locked up, you want to try and save your stars a little bit. And you want to make sure that they don't go out there and risk unnecessary injury. I understand that argument completely. And it always sucks when a player goes down in a meaningless game. That being said, like, just as much as this is time for the Kings to see what they have in these role players with the team next year, it's still time to see what you have in Fox and Domantas Sabonis. And I want to see the two of them playing together. Now, does it have to be 35, 40 minutes a night, like what they're probably going to be playing next season? No, not necessarily. But if the Kings start playing one and sitting the other, essentially a tanking type move, which I hope they don't do, I think that's also partially wasting time. Like, you're pretty confident. I think we're all pretty confident that those two are going to still be together. And I think we've gotten the gist of, at least on paper, what you can get out of the two of them. But I want to see on-court chemistry growing. I want to see, like, we've seen flashes, we've seen moments. I want to see that consistently starting tonight, assuming Sabonis is back. So I would be hesitant to give others minutes when you're sacrificing significant minutes out of those two. You don't have to play them max starter minutes on a nightly basis like you're in the race, like you're in the hunt, but make sure they're getting significant court time together still, and you're seeing what you got.
How do you feel about De'Aaron Fox's recent play? And I asked that because, we were talking to Ken Rudolph before you came on, and he's not alone in having the thoughts of, these are meaningless stats. These are meaningless numbers, empty calories that Fox has been putting up because they're not resulting in wins. I disagree. I understand that at some point you got to start winning games, but I also think he's playing really well, and he is, in my opinion, doing his part to get this team to a point where they're competitive in these games. He just hasn't been able to bring it home. How do you see the recent play by Fox?
There's one stat in particular, Kenny, that makes all the difference for me when it comes to De'Aaron. And it's not like his three-point shooting percentage, which I know a lot of people are paying attention to. And over the last 10 games, I think he's shooting like 39-40% from three, which is phenomenal. And we've seen what he's able to do as a scorer. And we all know that he's capable of doing that. And in these games without Sabonis, he has to do that. So I'm thankful that he's stepping up in that way. But the big number, the big difference for me is in four out of these last 8 games, I believe, De'Aaron Fox has had 10 or more assists. What that tells me is that Fox is still getting his teammates involved and they're still losing, meaning he needs more help. If De'Aaron Fox is giving you a 40 plus 10 plus point 10 plus assist game, what more can you ask out of the guy other than maybe he scores 50? And defense, I can always ask questions of De'Aaron Fox defensively. So that I kind of put in a drawer and tuck away a little bit. Not that I'm making an excuse for him. He needs to get better defensively. And that goes back to the conversation that we had last week, which is play this way from day one, De'Aaron, and play with effort defensively from day one. Don't just wait to the fourth quarter when you really need to get a stop. Like, play that so you don't have to worry about getting a stop in the fourth quarter. But that's a different conversation. I think what we're seeing out of De'Aaron Fox, I think it's totally unfair to call them empty stats. If he was scoring 35 a night with just 1 assist and he was clearly not moving the ball and he was taking 30 plus shots, then I'm like, okay, he's just recognizing he's on a bad team and he's just trying to go out there and put up numbers. He's trying to be, sorry, Damian, he's trying to be Russell Westbrook in some ways.
Why couldn't you say Ricky Davis? There's no need to keep going to Westbrook.
Okay, Ricky Davis, that's fair. Ricky Davis. So, I mean, I think calling what Fox has been doing recently empty stats I think it's significantly unfair.
Refresh my memory, prior to this year's LeBron James-led Los Angeles Lakers team, what bad team did Russell Westbrook play on?
I think
because when y'all wrote off the Oklahoma City Thunder, he won the MVP that year and dragged that team to the playoffs, right?
And I was captain Russell Westbrook that year, by the way. I was making sure he was getting that MVP nod over James Harden all the way. So
don't clean it up now, pal.
I think we got to go to commercial. We got to go to commercial. James Ham coming on?
Don't try to get out of this now.
I'm coming, Mom.
We keep talking about needing more help. I feel like all we're talking about is defense. De'Aaron needs help on the defensive end, and I'm not absolving him of his defensive flaws. He certainly has them, and I've taken my L's repping for De'Aaron on the defensive end. But one thing that's confused us, Matt, is how there's been somewhat of a roster turnover, certainly in the starting position. Three different players starting the other night, and this team is equally as bad, if not worse, than they were defensively to start the year.
And it's especially bad with perimeter defense. Like, I know the Kings are in need of a shot blocker. If you could somehow build the ideal 4 for this Kings team to find, it's a 4 that protects the rim and spaces the floor. Like, that would be the absolute perfect situation for the Kings to find at that 4 spot to play alongside Sabonis. And those are important traits. But the Kings overall have to get better with their perimeter defense. And it doesn't just start with better on-ball defense. It starts with having enough of a defensive identity to where you don't get games like what Jordan Clarkson did to them the other night. And Clarkson is on a long list of players who either come in on a slump, or how many young players, and I'm not trying to disrespect Clarkson here because he's a really solid player and he's been a great get for the Utah Jazz. But Clarkson came into that game, and shooting wise, he was in a slump. Like, he was struggling shooting the basketball, but he, like, at least one, but probably an entire roster of players comes into a game against the Sacramento Kings and goes, oh yeah, I'm going to get mine tonight. I'm going to get my opportunity. Like, I'm going to get my chance to shine. And that breeds confidence. And we know how important confidence is with a shooter. Like, how many times Jason Jones used to make it a nightly joke, and he's 100% right. Like, who is going to be the guy to get his career high that nobody's heard about? Like, it happens all the time, whether it's in Sacramento or on the road, it doesn't matter. And Clarkson was the next guy to go, hey, I'm shooting the ball bad, but hey, this is an opportunity at home against the Sacramento Kings. And he had confidence from the jump. For a guy that is in a cold stretch, to have that kind of confidence and to drop 45 or whatever he had, like that to me is, it's not just the Kings need to play better on ball defense. The Kings need to establish enough of a defensive identity to where their opponents don't come in with the confidence that they're playing basically a pickup game, and it's going to be like rookie mode on NBA 2K, because that's what I see nightly.
Hassan Whiteside had 21 rebounds in that game.
Man,
played 35 minutes.
Who's going to take it from him?
Man,
goodness gracious, man. That is just brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, 45 points on 15 of 21 shooting, 7 of 13, 8 of 8 from the free throw line for Jordan Clarkson in that game on Saturday. And oh, by the way, DeMar DeRozan and the Chicago Bulls are in town tonight.
So excited. So excited.
That'll be fun. We'll talk more about that. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast tonight after the game. As always, Matt, we appreciate you. My friend Matt, of course, with us along with his bird and his cat every Monday here on Dealing with KC. We'll be back. There is some moving and shaking happening in the National Football League. We'll talk about that. We'll get back to the Kings as well as James Ham be live from the Golden One Center coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Two things really quick before I go. Number one, I appreciate you not making me talk about the A's. And number two is I did a story on it for ABC 10 today. William Jessup University, which is my alma mater, they are headed to Kansas City right now. They have made the Sweet 16 of the NAIA National Tournament. It's only the second time in the program's history the men's basketball team has made the Sweet 16. They actually hosted their bracket, the first opening rounds this weekend at Jessup in Rockland, and they won both games to advance. It's a pretty good squad, so I wanted to make sure they get some love on their way to Kansas City.
Absolutely,
that's awesome.
They're going to Branson.
They got some hoopers. They got some hoopers on that squad, Casey. You'd like them.
That's what's up, man. Big up to Jessup.
So
indeed. All right. Well, appreciate you, Matty Ice.
Thank you,
Matty McQueen.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, brother.
I'm gonna go feed my bird and find out what the hell happened to my cat. I've never heard him make those noises before in my life.
Oh my!
I'm just glad it wasn't your baby, because I was concerned there for a minute. But
he's talking now. He takes after his dad, though. He's not saying coherent words. But have you seen that Kevin Hart routine where he talks about like having arguments with his toddler daughter and she doesn't speak? And I'm having the same situation with my 6-month-old right now, to where he'll know what he wants and he'll know that what he's saying, but he just isn't saying anything coherent. It's a real thing.
Spectacular. Love it.
All right, guys.
All
right, man. We'll see you.
Take care, bro.
Thank you.
Jesse, how much time do we have? Shit. I'm gonna run downstairs. I'll be back in time. You want to switch back?
Yep. I got it.
Because James is until 3.
Check. Yeah, we're gonna hit a quick. We're gonna hit a quick 13th round, real quick, because this has to be said. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway here. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches, man, as we get you up to date and everything that's going on in the boxing world. And some bad news took place earlier this weekend, when the fight that we were all talking about was going to go down between Jaime Munguia and Jamal Charlo. Well, that fell off the table. It fell completely off the face of the earth, and it was due to something real stupid. PBC and Showtime wanted the fight on Showtime, not pay-per-view. They wanted it on Showtime, and they said, look, we're putting up the money. We're doing everything. We should be in control of what we do here. And in this first fight, if you win, the Mangia, DAZN, all you guys, you have control over the second fight if that's what goes down. Seems simple enough to me. Well, DAZN and Mangia and all these other guys, they wanted it to be a joint pay-per-view between Showtime and DAZN. And because the Showtime was not giving them that, they completely fell back. What a fail by DAZN. What an absolute fail. And for a company that came in saying that we're here to pay-per-view is dead and we're here to kill pay-per-view, to do this 180 and now ruin a good possible fight like that because you wanted it to be on pay-per-view and a joint pay-per-view instead of completely on Showtime, embarrassing. Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, Golden Boy, all you guys, embarrassing. Get it together. And I'll ask this before I go. Imagine if the shoe was on the other foot. Imagine if PBC and Charlo were the reason why this thing didn't get done because they wanted to be on pay-per-view. Imagine all the think pieces and articles and tweets that would be going on after that. This is what I mean when I say keep that same damn energy. That's the 13th round. I don't know. I feel like they have money. I feel like they're losing money, but I feel like they got money to blow. The people who bankroll it will be like, look, this isn't worth our time at some point, but I think they got money to blow. Oh my. I don't know how. So we're giving Giannis the Bobby Lashley treatment, huh? Just throwing him in a fatal four-way, huh? He can't get a one-on-one match. There's only one challenger.
Man, they're really saying. I think you were wrong about 2 minutes. I definitely could have run to the bathroom. Needed that 30 seconds, Jesse. Needed that 30 seconds. We back here live on the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. We appreciate you for being with us. Our man James Ham, he was scheduled to join us at 2:30, but he went out to the arena for shoot around and just stayed there. So he's going to join us. Yeah, he's going to join us coming up at 3:00. And the go ahead.
I'll let you finish.
He's also sulking a little bit about the A's recent moves. So
I'm not sulking. My team doesn't do these things. So it just is what it is. I just wanted to give a shout out to the LYB Giants. Opening day on Saturday out there at Laguna Youth Baseball. They got that W. They beat the Dodgers always. And I don't care if it's LYB. I don't care if it's MLB The Show. I don't care if it's Major League Baseball. If it's Giants Dodgers and you got an opportunity to beat the Dodgers, you just look at the Dodgers and you make them say, acknowledge me, every opportunity you get. And that's what they did on Saturday. Sorry to the little Dodgers out there. It's nothing personal. It's just the name. Nothing personal with you guys. But the LYB Giants with a big win on opening day. Big ups to them.
So you're going at the kids now, huh?
It's not their fault. It's the league director's fault. There should not be a Dodgers in this league.
Okay. Just going at the kids. Kids ain't never bothered nobody, but
shout out to number 4 too. Mr. Caraway with the big 2-run triple. Big up.
I saw that. I saw that.
I see you working, big dog.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Got that swing to perfection, man. Love it. Love it, man. Lots happening in the NFL. We'll shift our attention, of course, back to the NBA and the Sacramento Kings coming up here. J.C. Jackson, one of the prized targets of NFL free agency. He's a Los Angeles Charger.
The Chargers are really going for the gusto. I think they have most free agent or most money to spend. I think they were most under the cap going into this free agency that technically hasn't started yet, but all of a sudden everybody's signing.
What's the
The year hadn't even started. Free agency hadn't even started, and we got signings all day long today.
Well, reports of signings. It's just like the NBA. The actual contract isn't signed yet, but it's a report of signing. Oh, you sound upset. I know you like J.C. Jackson. That one wasn't going to happen.
Big. I'm fine. I'll tell you why I'm not fine with. I wish he was a Niner, but put all these people in the AFC. Put them all in the AFC. If he would have signed with the Saints or the Packers or something, I'd be like, I don't like that dog. But yeah, put him in the AFC. I don't care.
$40 million guaranteed for the former Patriots quarterback. It says 5 years, 82.5. That strikes me as 4 years for the guaranteed 40. Could be 3 years for the guaranteed 40. We'll get the breakdown from Florio, I'm sure. Also, this was discussed during one of the commercial breaks over on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Teddy Bridgewater, Teddy Ballgame, Teddy Two Gloves, headed the Miami Dolphins as the backup quarterback. But he'll go up and he'll back up Tua. Man, this is it.
We're still riding with Tua, huh, Jesse?
Jesse, this is it for Tua, right? Can you imagine saying,
I'm glad you're hopeful.
Nah, we don't want Deshaun Watson. We're going to ride out. We're going to ride Tua Tagovailoa. It's Tua time indeed. It's Deshaun Watson time, too. It didn't take long for that market to heat up following the news from, what was that, Friday? I guess he's set to meet with the New Orleans Saints. He's been given permission by the Houston Texans to meet with different teams, and he's going to meet with the Carolina Panthers and the New Orleans Saints, and he has a no trade clause, so he's in pretty firm control over what his future looks like. Of course, those teams have to put together a deal that the Houston Texans would say yes to, but this is a situation where Deshaun Watson also has to say yes to it.
Yeah, and talking about the Saints and the Panthers, those are two locations that make sense for him. Getting back to the South, he's you're down there, he's known down there. Those make sense. Just keep him out in Seattle. That's good.
I want to discuss what all of this quarterback news means for Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers. It's going to wait a couple of minutes to talk about some stuff that happened in the NBA, but Shams just tweeted something, and we've got to address this.
Oh, boy.
The Brooklyn Nets organization has been fined $50,000 for violating local New York City law and league health and safety protocols against the New York Knicks at Barclays Center for allowing Kyrie Irving to enter the team's locker room. Kyrie Irving, who was sitting courtside on back-to-back nights, maskless, watching his team that he can't play for play basketball. Bruh, this has gotten goofy. Like, I take that back. Strike that from the record. Jesse, edit that out of the live broadcast. This has been goofy. When you started having protocols about players who could, for example, California. Kyrie Irving could travel to California and play here, despite the fact that if Kyrie Irving played for one of the teams here, he couldn't play. Mm-hmm. Same situation in Brooklyn and New York. Like this, the only one that actually made sense was Toronto, because Toronto was like, "Oh, not only are you not playing, you are not welcome in our country." Mm-hmm. That was pretty clear with them. But all of this whole thing was dumb, man. It doesn't make any sense.
And the California thing is even wonkier, because I think you didn't have to be vaccinated to play in California. What was it? The visiting something? It was something. I forgot what their rule was, but you didn't have to be vaccinated. Was that just San Francisco?
You didn't have to be vaccinated if you were a visitor to play anywhere.
But you didn't have to be vaccinated to play for your team.
I think that was San Francisco.
Okay, because not all the Kings were vaccinated.
Right.
So, yeah,
I still don't think all the Kings are vaccinated, by the way.
I know. But, this, I was on the Late Show. I had a busy Saturday, and I was, all over the place, hosting people at the house, and didn't get a chance to watch everything. So I didn't see. I even went back and watched the Duke game on Saturday night, and I must have. I just saw the second half, so maybe they didn't go to pictures of or camera shots of Kyrie all second half because I didn't know. So watched the game there. I'm doing some stuff on Sunday. I see Kyrie clapping. I was like, "Is this?" I was confused. I was confused. I said, "That's Kyrie." It looks like a live shot of Barclays, but he's not supposed to be there because he can't play. I was just confused. And then when I found out he was sitting courtside, like you said, no mask, unvaccinated, and it was good. He wasn't breaking no rules.
Nope.
But he couldn't play. Like, I'm not even sitting here to say who's right or wrong, nothing like that. Swiss beats T.I., who's phony, who's fake. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. And I saw a clip with Michael Wilbon going off on KD, Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant said, some people, it seems like somebody's just trying to get attention and all this other stuff. And Michael Wilbon went off on KD because, his argument was more of COVID is real. Your guys should be getting vaccinated. All that. He's the one looking for. I get all that, Mike. I really do. That's not what looks crazy right now. Like this is a situation where part of what's going on, I'm not trying to blame anybody, but this is one of the reasons why we have all this dissension and distrust going on. Because what we saw yesterday in Brooklyn makes no sense whatsoever.
And you got the mayor out there talking about, well, we've got to figure out something that makes sense. Like, bruh, too late. Y'all have had 2 years to figure out something that makes sense, and y'all can't get on the same page with any of this. Like, I just think sometimes, like, our elected officials are out here going, man, I don't really know what to do. Like, the man's sitting courtside. What do you want me to do? He can't play. He could watch. He could sit there and breathe on his teammates.
He went under the yellow ropes and dapped him up.
He went into the locker room, for God's sakes. Like, what do we... Yo, if you're going to... The president of the United States literally just called game. He was just like, look, this is as good as it's going to get. Like, we ended the mask mandate yesterday so we could do this whole thing. Like, we know a lot of this has been a circus. Let's just call it. But they out here still trying to enforce mandates in certain states.
That was crazy. And I'm not, you guys know, we've talked about it enough. Like, we want everybody, COVID is real. Be serious about it.
My sister has COVID. Yeah, she dodged all the waves and somehow wound up with it now.
Yeah, they got another variant I read about today. It's about to pop off. It's in Europe right now. Like, it's real. I get that.
It's making its way over.
But what happened in Brooklyn yesterday, that's an embarrassment. It really is. That is an embarrassment. And
for everybody,
I was blown away to see that.
Yeah.
And then you got Brooklyn being fined for, they said what, but like being fined for what exactly? Like, he's on the Brooklyn Nets. He was in the building, like you said, breathing on these guys all game long, but he couldn't go. I don't know.
Violating local health and safety protocols by letting Kyrie Irving into the team locker room.
And I know you don't have the answer. What are local health and safety protocols? Are they, and I don't mean to sound like I'm defending Kyrie or nothing like that, but does this just apply to basketball players? Because apparently it doesn't apply to civilians.
I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. Like, I got nothing. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Dave Garcia says Amarion 2 is on its way.
This is going to be made back. It's not Amarion anymore.
Amarion Part 2. Goodness gracious. Hey, Jeff Hardy Rules brings up a great point too. Did he have to buy a ticket?
That's what I heard he did. I heard it wasn't like
he bought a ticket to watch his team play and then went into the locker room? Oh, okay.
Wow.
Well, I know. Yeah, I know a lot of people who do that, who buy. Yeah, okay.
And Lazy says maybe just give back. Like, I'm with you, but that's not the point of this conversation. Yesterday, the point is nothing made sense yesterday. And that is been, I'm not trying to get off political, but that's been the problem with a lot of this. It doesn't make sense.
And I love that the vaccination cards are just like little things that you could print out on your computer. Just like, yeah, no, I'm vaccinated. Like McLovin, like the whole Hawaii license from Superbad. Yeah, no, this is my vaccination card. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, that was that whole situation was bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. And I don't know when this is coming to a conclusion. They said it would happen soon and Kyrie would be playing in the playoffs. At minimum would be playing in the playoffs, but goodness, that whole state,
we know we can watch them.
The state, the league, the arena, everybody looked absolutely ridiculous this weekend.
Yeah,
absolutely ridiculous.
I was shocked to see that. There was a game though, and
there was a game.
In that game, I mentioned it last night. Shout out Ben Ross. Congratulations, Sarah Hodges.
Yes, indeed.
Sarah talks sports. We'll just say until we know exactly what's going on. We'll just say Sarah talks sports.
Wedding of the century,
right? That was a WrestleMania wedding.
No lie. No lie.
We talked about last night, and there's been a lot of talk on this here radio show about Giannis's championship belt and him having to defend that championship belt against, no disrespect, but DeMar DeRozan.
That didn't come from me.
Him having to defend, he had to get in a Chicago-style street fight against DeMar DeRozan to keep his belt. He handled that. Then people wanted to talk about Jason Tatum, and you guys know I love Jason Tatum. He's balling. He's absolutely balling.
Deservedly.
But I don't know if he needs to be getting a title shot.
He's in the conversation.
When we talk about title shots, when we talk about the biggest match in WrestleMania history, Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns, the Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns in the NBA is between Giannis Antetokounmpo and that man number 7 in Brooklyn. That's the only person that should be getting a title shot next, because he's the only one that can snatch it out of the hands of Giannis. And I think we're going to be getting that WrestleMania matchup in these playoffs.
You know, when you
versus Giannis, let's do it again.
You know, when you get really excited, your Stephen A. Smith comes out. Like, I can hear the Stephen A. influence on your talk. But like, no, that's fine. That's fine, because it's cute that we're putting Kevin Durant, whose team's now 2 games above 500. So now we're including teams that are bad. That's cool. I'm going to do that, because if you're talking about the only matchup is Giannis versus Kevin Durant, need I remind you that LeBron James has scored 50 twice in the last 4 games?
Okay. What the hell happened last night?
Ain't my problem. I ain't worried about what happened last night. He had 31 last night. I know that. He had 31, 7, and 6 last night.
He ain't getting no title shot. He ain't getting no title shot. Randy Orton is not getting a title shot right now.
Man, fam, I don't know if there's a bigger Randy Orton fan than you right now. And if you're equating LeBron freaking James to Randy Orton, sir, this is the last episode of D-Lo and KC ever. Ever. Because you should be ashamed of yourself.
Who would be LeBron James right now in WWE then? It's Randy Orton.
John Cena.
He's not in WWE.
He kind of is.
No.
Yes, he is.
Well, then he's The Rock. Then.
No, because The Rock's like kind of gone. Like Cena still lingers.
Cena's had one match in 3 years?
Probably more, but yeah. And it
2
wasn't even
matches in 5 years, I think.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Okay. I mean, you're not wrong about Kevin Durant, but Kyrie Irving is allowed to enter the arena, but not the workplace environment, and the locker room is considered part of the Nets' workplace environment at the Barclays Center.
Isn't the court
Ultimately, the NBA
workplace environment?
Well, he was on the court as a. I don't know, bro. I don't
court.
know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. They find the organization. They didn't find. They didn't find Kyrie. Yeah, it could. I mean, that's where we were last year. Refresh my memory. It was Kevin Durant who started this whole belt conversation on D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
Giannis took it from him, and he's on this Roman Reigns like run here, where he's had it for the entire season.
Another wrestling reference here. Shout out to Jeff and the PDX. Get used to it.
Yes, indeed.
But isn't this like Rock and Cena running it back? Didn't that happen at 2 WrestleManias?
Yeah. 28 and 29, I think. Yeah.
He lost it and they ran it back. They hopefully, I'd love to see it. Them run it back at the next year's WrestleMania, i.e. the second round of the playoffs.
Okay. All right. We'll see how that goes. I mean, it's what KD does is undeniable. So I won't look down. I won't look down at that at all. Any other NBA notes we need to touch on? We're going to talk to James Ham at the top of the 3:00 hour from the Golden One Center. LeBron James, continues to be ridiculous. 14 30-point game this season. He reached 10,000 career assists. He's the 7th player in NBA history to reach 10,000 career assists, and the only player in NBA history with 10,000 points, 10,000 assists, and 10,000 rebounds.
Come on, man. The guy just created his own category. And look, hey, we're the ones that recite airtime all the time on this air, on these airwaves. We're the ones. So Mike is Mike.
That's all right.
Mike is Mike. All right. You know how we feel about Mike. This man out here LeBron creating his own categories.
Yes,
with 4 titles. With what, 3 gold medals? And he's going to end up being the all-time leading scorer. Sorry, Donnie Dope ones. It's going to be hard for me to explain to Reese or Reese's children that LeBron ain't the greatest. It's going to be hard. I'm going to try, but it's going to be hard.
I think what is he? He's 37 right now?
Yep.
He's averaging 29.7 points per game. He's averaging 29.7 points per game, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. I mean, at this point, you're just kind of a hater, right? Like if you just get, I'm not saying you have to acknowledge she's the greatest. I'm not saying that. Like,
but if you don't acknowledge the argument,
if you right, like it's down to 2 guys. Like it's LeBron and it's Michael Jordan. Everybody else is at this point is a distant second.
Hey, like just thinking about the game of basketball. How are you a better basketball player than 10,000 plus points, rebounds, and assists?
Yeah.
How? You're doing it all. You're doing everything.
And the Lakers lost by 29.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're losing too. You're getting smacked around.
Bro, the Lakers are 29 and 38. I mean, I think a lot of people knew this was going to be. I think there were a lot of people who saw this season, this makeup of the Lakers team, and thought, it's probably not going to work. But did anybody think it wouldn't work to this degree?
Nah.
Like they're not going to be out of the play-in spot, but they might very well be 10th. Like there's a 5.5 game separation between the Los Angeles Clippers, who have 36 wins to the Lakers 29.
And they be beating them up too. There's a DJ, an LA DJ Artistic. He's dope. He's dope. I follow him on Twitter, and he had a tweet yesterday of him on the plane, and he had the Lakers game on the TV screen, and it was 71-43, and he tweeted out, he said, "The flight attendant told me I needed to change the station because some of the passengers may be offended by the violence on my screen." That is all bad in Lakerland. So it's ugly right now. It's ugly.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. You talk about, man, boy, the Kings got to do this, the Kings got to do that. How is this Laker team going to get better? Like, because
I ain't saying it. I'm just, we all know what it is. No need for me to say it. I don't even know if they can do it.
Oh, they could do it. I don't think they will. Go ahead, say it.
Trade Russ, but you'd have to get like John Wall
shut
back.
up. You talking about trading Russell Westbrook? You think that's going to fix this team? You think that's going to fix the Los Angeles Lakers trading Russell Westbrook? Man, come on, bro.
The only way to get better.
I don't even know you sometimes.
Is that Dave Hebner? Or is that Dave Hebner?
Sometimes I don't even know you, bro. Russell Westbrook. I thought you was leading in to trade Anthony Davis. I thought that's what you were gonna say. They've got to trade Anthony Davis, but you turned heel on me. That's fine. Step out.
Michael Cole. What did Michael Cole say?
It wasn't Michael Cole.
No, I know.
Oh, you talking about the heel turn? Oh, you was trying to set me up. It's too many buttons away. Just a full-on heel turn from KC.
I'll be defending us on here, and I came with that Seth Rollins.
Unbelievable. It's a cold world. I'm going to step out and.
Would you take Russ as the starting shooting guard for the Kings?
I'm gonna consider my options. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna step out, and I'm gonna consider my options. Oh gosh, this won't stop. Malika Andrews just tweeted after publicly criticizing me. Oh, this is about Kevin Durant. Oh Lord, y'all in New York are a mess, man. Get it straightened up. I plan coming to visit in August, so get it fixed. We'll step out. James Ham joins us next. Hopefully he doesn't.
Oh my God!
Hope not. We'll talk Kings, Bulls. We'll talk Alvin. We'll talk Richaun. Lots more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh man, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Hey, y'all know.
I mean, they can sit in silence if you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Well, no, we ain't gonna make them sit in silence. I got something for y'all. Like just I'll be right back. We'll talk wrestling as soon as I get back. Just hang on. We're back now on 32.0. Smooth jazz all afternoon long. I'm just playing. Get that out of here. Yeah, so that's as soon as I get this banner off the screen. So I think I think we might have to tune into Monday Night Raw tonight. Watch the whole 3 hours. It looks like and I don't know why tonight is so prominent, but I guess if Cody's debuting, he's debuting tonight. Dave Meltzer was talking about it on Observer Radio last night. He can't confirm whether he's there or he's not, but he can't confirm whether he's. Why is that? Well, you can't do it the day after WrestleMania if you're going to fight Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Yeah, I don't either. I don't like this idea. So my thing is still the same. I don't believe Cody is joining WWE until I see his ass on television. Yeah. Yeah. But I'll say this. I'll be two screening that final hour of Raw to see if Cody shows up. I have an app that I can get it at 5. That's where I normally watch it. Yeah, if he loses to Seth Rollins, it's pretty dumb. Oh wow, is that I did? Jesus, I mean that. I ain't gonna say anything bad about it, but good lord, Queen Charmel, Hall of Famer. No Big E news. Yeah, I think that's true. No Big E news. Well, they don't acknowledge that wrestling existed before like 1998 anymore. Only news we get from Big E is from Big E. He's just there. He said, oh, I'm fine. Just broke my neck. Nothing to see here. I did think he said, pro tip, if you're going to break your neck, break it in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah.
Good call there from Big E.
Big E. What you say it on the air, man. Big E, get well soon. Wrestler broke his neck over the weekend, and luckily for him, it was nothing spinal. No Mike Tyson. No, really wasn't nothing spinal. He's in good spirits. He's a positive dude. So that's just him by nature. He's going to be that way. He's going to see the glass half full. But that was scary to see.
Yeah,
and
that was
in a certain way, man, he's had a tough year as well. And this did not help. So speedy recovery, get well soon for sure, man. Absolutely.
Them giant shoulders came into play and protected him as he fell square on his head, man.
Scary.
We shouldn't say fell. He was thrown.
Yeah. I also wanted to point out, because we got James coming up in about 10 minutes. It's first time all day. The NCAA tournament was announced yesterday. The brackets were released. And you guys know how we do here. We having the D-Lo and KC tournament bracket challenge. Okay. If anybody's trying to get in, it's for bragging rights. We're just having a good time. Mm-hmm. And I will send out the link on the D-Lo and KC Twitter site handle as well, and my Twitter handle as well. And if you want to get in there, sign in there, see who has bragging rights. I've done this for probably the last 15, 20 years or whatever. I actually won one time. I think another time I came in third place.
Anything surprise you?
No. And you know what it is, man, is Selection Sunday used to be a very important day, right? Like, because decisions were made, teams, bubbles will burst and things of that nature. And I feel like since going to 68, they've kind of taken that away. Like the teams that didn't make it, you don't have that much of an argument for why you're not in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Or anybody that probably deserves to get in, even an ounce, usually gets in. So really what it is now is you're just kind of looking to see who plays where and when and what bracket. And that's cool too, but there's not as much drama, I don't think, there anymore. I filled out my first bracket already. It's not my official. I still got research to do, but this is what I call the gut feeling bracket.
How many brackets do you turn in?
Well, I don't turn in any but one, but I go through a process. As soon as the brackets are announced, this is who I think is going to win. This is what I see. And then I go and do my research. I keep my ears to the street and I get some more information about these games and these tournament runs. And then I evaluate that. Sometimes I take heed to it. Sometimes I just let it go by the wayside. And then I come with my final bracket, probably by tonight.
Okay.
And I'll tell you guys, I don't know if this is where it's going to end, but in my first bracket, you know how I complain about college football? And I say that college football is missing the boat because anything west of the Mississippi just doesn't exist in college football. That is not true in college basketball.
It's very much true.
It is not true. Whereas in my initial Final Four, I got 3 West Coast teams in the Final Four.
Okay.
The Zags, UCLA, and Arizona.
Okay. UCLA is a 4? Is that right? Because Gonzaga's a 1, Arizona's a 1.
Yep.
UCLA was a 4, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll see. I don't think that is going to change that much because I think it'll be around the same thing. I don't think my Final Four changed, but that's not my official bracket just yet.
Well, of course not.
Of course, I got number 11, Michigan beat number 6, Colorado State.
Of course,
in the first round.
Yeah.
Juwan Howard, the boys ready.
No doubt, because he's had a wonderful season. Absolutely nothing has gone wrong.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
Hey, look who's coming on as of late, though. Made it to the AAC championship.
Yeah.
They were going to pull that one off. They didn't. But I'll give you guys a quick preview.
Oh, good.
Second round. I got the Zags taking on Penny and his Memphis team.
Stop disrespecting me, bro. Like, don't do that.
And I don't know, right now, obviously, like I said, because I have Gonzaga in the Final Four, I got them winning that game. But if Penny can get past Boise State, he's going to have them boys ready to go up against Gonzaga. That's going to be a nice little matchup right there.
So all of these former players who are now coaches who have been struggling all year, they're going to have them boys ready to play in the biggest games of the year. I just want to be clear that's where we're at.
I'll put it to you like this. If I had to choose between which former player is going to have them boys ready, I would choose Penny over Juwan.
Yeah.
Juwan, Michigan's they're not as good as they were last year. Penny has
by the way,
players on this team.
And it's a lot more difficult to be great like year 1.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, it's difficult to be great year 2. Like these dudes will figure it out if they could be patient, if they could deal with the criticism.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
Not everybody can deal with it.
Stop disrespecting me, bro.
All right,
like don't do that.
Okay,
all right.
Like not everybody can deal. Not everybody can deal with the criticism, so it gets a little rocky. You heard that's Penny there. Juwan just slap you in the face.
Oh yeah,
like, hey, what did the 5 fingers say to the face? And if Juwan's not feeling you, you gonna feel him. So
he'll do that. He'll slap you up. Our guy Patrick, he says, what did he say? He says, your bracket means nothing, KC, if you don't have Miami beating USC. That's a 10 versus 7. Miami's a 10. SC's a 7. Well, guess what, Patrick? I guess my bracket means something. I guess my bracket means something. Because them Canes is going to take care of the Trojans.
Here, Adam Schefter just tweeted, Houston has declined Indianapolis's attempt to speak with Deshaun Watson.
What?
Houston comfortable trading Deshaun Watson, just not in the AFC South.
Makes sense. And here's another one.
So the Jimmy Garoppolo trade coming in 3, 2, any second. Jimmy Garoppolo, Indianapolis Colts.
Here's another one. This is from Johnny Venerable. He's got a blue check mark. It's good enough. McCain on NFL, though. This is where it came from. He tags him. He's a Houston Texans guy. Yeah. And he says Deshaun Watson has rejected the Seahawks as an option.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, it's not.
That's unfortunate. Deshaun Watson not going to the Seattle Seahawks. But James Ham joining us here live from the bowels of the Golden One Center. Hammer, how are you? You doing okay, Ace fan?
Yeah, it's been a rough day, and it's going to be a rough week, and I think it's only going to get worse. And
probably a rough lifetime
Yeah, no, I mean, we get to see some winning years ago, but and you know, at least they make the playoffs most seasons. But this is one of those days where you knew it was coming, and it just doesn't feel good, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think there's is this all like part of a bigger plan for these A's guys to try? I mean, people would think, the cynics would think that they're trying to do this to make sure fans have no reason to come. And if the Howard terminal situation doesn't rectify itself, they'll have all the ammo in the world to be like, well, we tried. Nobody comes to the games. Let's go to Vegas.
I don't know if I buy that. I mean, I don't think it's part of a bigger plan. I think it's part of a bigger scam, to be honest with you. I think A's ownership are trash. Absolute trash. They're billionaires. They're like a top 5 richest owner in the game, and they refuse to put a product on the field. And they don't want to spend money. It's not a small market. It's a large market team. They're about to be a tax like a welfare team. How this is a welfare team, I don't understand. And so, like, look, at some point, you know, people want to talk about like an owner like Vivek Ranadive. Vivek puts money out there. I mean, this team has $131 million payroll. Like, that team they refuse to put money into it. And the stadium is the worst ever. I mean, the worst part about Oakland, like, I remember going when I was like 13 and you peed in a trough. And you still pee in a trough at the Coliseum.
In 2022.
Like, it's like this like 20-foot long, like old, like it's just porcelain trough. It's just an absolute embarrassment. I mean, the visiting toilet backs up in their dugout. You know, we remember Fernando Rodney getting locked in the bathroom when he was with the Detroit Tigers. Like that's where people who like are just all over Vivek, they need to understand like
could be worse.
Yeah, they are the absolute worst owners in professional sports, and they have good people who bring in good talent who make them look not quite as bad, but they deserve everything that they get. And I mean, it's just absolutely horrible that that now they're selling off a team again. You know, you easily could have. These guys are under team control for another 2 or 3 years, all of them. Right. You know, maybe Chris Bassett, I think, had 1 year left, but most of these guys have years left of arbitration and stuff. They don't even want to pay arbitration dollar. It's just pathetic.
It's like if Vivek kept the Kings in Arco, as it is now, like with seats pulled out and everything. It's like this is where you got to play.
Yeah, if he did that, but he also ran a $100 million payroll, like. And then every time someone got good, you traded him off for draft picks again and again and again. And you know, the problem they have now is that they can't get anyone that's good. You know, that's the tough thing about basketball.
Real quick, Dame, I just want to ask James this. Do you think anything will change if they get the stadium built in Oakland, or is this just how he owns this baseball team?
You know, I think the good thing is if they get the Howard Terminal stadium built, the team goes up in value tremendously, and he should bail. Like there's somebody who wants to buy this team. There are plenty of people that would buy this team and put their money into it and enjoy the process. And he's just not one of them. Like, I don't even think he has a good time with it. He's not even there. He's not even present. You know, again, Vivek sits courtside and watches his team get clubbed every night, and he's sitting there taking it. That's not, you know, Fisher or anyone else who's on this team for a long time.
You're listening to Dealing with Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Proper introduction, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, with us here live from the Golden One Center as the Sacramento Kings will take on the Chicago Bulls tonight. We were talking about Vivek earlier. I'm not quite sure how we got there, but what do you think, like, what does Vivek think of all of this? Does he recognize there's something wrong here?
Maybe. You know, first of all, they haven't let us talk to Vivek in a long time.
Yeah.
Like, we get to see him from across the room, but that's about it. I think clearly he doesn't want to fail. Like, that's not why he bought this team. You know, I think that's something that, you know, you always have to keep in mind. This is not like, again, it's not a bad owner who refuses to put out money. It's an owner that, you know, is meddlesome for sure, but also he's impatient. He's impetuous. He pulls the plug too quick on certain things and not quick enough on others. So I really do think that at some point you always hope that, yeah, he'll get it and that he'll be better. But we're like, this is season 9, right? So it's not gotten better. He hasn't gotten better at what he's doing. He's faded away from the media a lot more, which is a good thing in certain aspects, but also like the accountability issue isn't there. So, I mean, I think the last time we really got to see Vivek at all was when they named the media entrance after Jerry Reynolds. And even that was very Jerry-centric. It wasn't built for questions on anything else.
I look at Vivek, and we asked the question earlier, like, what is he saying to try and improve this whole situation to himself, right? Like, look in the mirror and be like, I'm very successful in other walks of life, other businesses. I've made a lot of money. I've been extremely successful. So I'm not this idiot. It's just in this particular situation, and like specifically with the team on the court, I just can't get this right. And we said, well, what would he say to himself to say, hey, this is what you got to do to get this right? I said he might be like, hey, you're a winner. You bet on yourself in every other situation. Bet on yourself again and turn this thing around. The unfortunate thing about that, though, is, you know, maybe betting on himself would be to kind of step back a little bit. And I don't know if maybe he sees it that way.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to step back. I mean, I think that if somehow like he does actually get in on this Chelsea sweepstakes, I mean, he would have to take some sort of step back, and someone else would have to be like a primary here in Sacramento, you would think. I don't think you can try to manage two places on. And
isn't that trending towards his son?
Yeah, I mean, his son was a big part of what was happening here for a while, but he's taken a pretty substantial step back. We haven't seen Anil in a while. And I know he's been in Miami. They've been doing some other business things there, you know, family stuff. And so he hasn't been here nearly as much, maybe in the last year. But I've told you guys this before, like, if somehow I stumbled upon, you know, a winning lottery ticket or some, you know, Flugelbinder or something and made billions, you know, I would, and I bought a team like this, my son would be with me every day. Like my oldest, we would run the team together. We would have all kinds of ideas together. Like I can't fault a guy for having like his line of succession, like literally there working with him. If there's going to be a voice in the room, that's a good voice in the room because there's always an interesting father-son dynamic. There's always, as long as it's not those two competing, then I think you're okay. So I've always said, like, I have no problems with that. I have no problems with him being in high-powered meetings here in the arena. I kind of want someone that knows basketball and all that stuff, but also it's like on-the-job training. At some point, this will be someone else's team. Vivek's not going to live forever. No one gets to. And so, you want to have something in place so when he does walk away, that, the person knows what they're doing and can step in and actually be productive.
Well, to be fair, you and your son have years of team ownership experience together with the fantasy football teams that you've played in for the last decade and a half. So, I mean, to be fair, it's not really the same type of comparison.
Well, we'd be really good because we've won fantasy football Super Bowls, so we would be extremely successful. That like the 4-on-5,
that's right.
cherry pick an idea. Yeah,
you see that CYBL fifth grade tournament I won. That's what he would say.
And I've coached winning soccer, so I could go buy Chelsea clearly right now.
See,
I'm good.
We could get this done. If we just need to put our heads together, we could get this done. Let's shift to what's going on the court. Domantas Sabonis missed the last game for personal reasons. By the way, back tonight?
Yeah, he's back. He was at shoot around this morning. Him and Donte DiVincenzo were on the far court shooting together, laughing, having a good time. The word on the street is that the Sabonises had a baby, and that's why he missed Saturday. Although, the team can't confirm it. That's for a player to confirm. So we'll have to wait until we get Sabonis to actually have that conversation. He's back, and he should be fresh and ready to go. He's an impactful player, and I think the Kings would have had a really good shot to win over the weekend if they had him.
So why Damian Jones over Richaun Holmes?
First of all, I'm going to back Damian Jones on this. Damian Jones has earned it. He's been playing really, really well most of the time. And he's a guy who had to go out there and take in chops against Jokic a couple of times. He's a guy who has shown up every day and worked really hard. And I'm not saying that Richaun Holmes hasn't. But Richaun Holmes also sat out a couple of games for personal reasons where he sat on the bench, he went to shoot around, he went to practice. At a certain point, is he ready? And, he's only played with the game the other night. That's only his second game since the All-Star break. So, is he ready to step in and play major minutes? I think Damian Jones at some point, he did not have a great game for sure. He absolutely got killed on the glass by Hassan Whiteside. But Hassan Whiteside's also a gigantic human being, and Damian Jones just isn't that type of. He's a pick and roll player, just the same way that Richaun Holmes is a pick and roll player. They're more of a rim running guy. So look, if Richaun Holmes is going to play off the bench, keep him in his role. I'm okay with that.
Yes, and that's what I figured. We don't know exactly what was going through Gentry's head, but that's kind of what I figured. But I don't know. Maybe I would have looked at that as an opportunity to jumpstart Richaun, and get him in a situation where, there's an opening at the starting spot. Well, let's see if we can get you some extended minutes and get you in a familiar role and maybe get you going again. It's not like, you're going to start when Sabonis comes back. We're not saying that, but get you with the starters, get you playing good basketball, and see if you can pick up his play with starting him in that situation.
Yeah, what I'm seeing from Gentry right now is he is coaching, he's coaching for wins. They're not winning, but he's coaching to build a culture for this team, to not just run a bunch of young kids out there and let your veterans get clubbed by 25. That's, to me, whether it's a mistake or not, I think I would like to see him do quite a few things differently. I don't understand why Donte DiVincenzo isn't starting. Like that to me, that doesn't make any sense. We all know what Justin Holiday is at this point, and that's nothing against Justin Holiday. We know who you are, so we can put you aside. We know that you make $6.3 million, and we know what we'll get from you next year. You're a solid veteran, 32 years old. You know your role. Let's see what DiVincenzo and De'Aaron Fox look like next to each other. Still haven't seen it. We might see it tonight, but that's because Justin Holiday has a non-COVID related illness, which cost him the second half of the last game. But also, he was not at shoot around this morning, and there's a good chance he won't be there tonight. But you understand my point. Like, he is coaching as if he's in it. Like, this team is fighting for a play-in spot, and they're not fighting for a play-in spot. They're fighting like tooth and nail to hold on to the 6th worst record in the NBA so they can get a better draft pick. It's just, it seems like someone didn't like get the memo. So yeah, I'm okay with some of the things that are going on, like the Damian Jones thing. Again, that kid's been working hard all season long. Every time he's stepped on the floor, he's tried to at least give you something. Some nights he's really good. Some nights he's excellent. Some nights, he struggles. He's a young player who hasn't played major minutes. But for me, like, there's other spots on the team that I'm like scratching my head. Why Chimezie Metu isn't playing over Trey Lyles, or why they aren't splitting minutes more. There are some things that I would like to kind of figure out.
So Justin Holiday may be out. Jeremy Lamb is out, right?
Yeah, Jeremy Lamb is out for personal reasons tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. He won't, I don't think he will be here.
So those are a few things to watch as we head into tonight's game against Chicago, which, of course, we will talk about with James Ham when we return. Plus, James sat down with De'Aaron Fox. And so, James, I'm really anxious to get what your takeaways were with that conversation that you had with De'Aaron, and get your thoughts on his recent play, which just continues to be absolutely stellar. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue with James Ham live from the Golden One Center here on Sacramento's home for Real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. All right.
How you doing, James?
Good. Yeah, it's been a busy day. I came down for shoot around, and me and Brenden Nunes have been hanging out all day. So
good.
Say hello, Brenden.
There he is, the Heartbreak Kid.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
He can't hear you.
Oh, of course not.
They called you the Heartbreak Kid.
Have you been to Polanco Cantina yet?
Yeah, I've been there, I don't know, 2 or 3 times. I went there with Doug when it first opened. I went there with Amick. I think there was one other time I've been there.
I like those tacos, man. Jeez.
I went to Zocalo in downtown today with Brendan, and I had tacos de Consuelo, which is like one of the greatest things of all time. It's the bowl of like chicken and cheese and onions and chorizo sauce. Yeah.
I need to get out there to downtown.
Yeah.
Some spots I'm missing out on.
It had been a long time, since I had gone downtown and actually had lunch or anything. Like, we just don't do it very often.
Yeah, I need to get down there.
Yeah, we went over to Chando's Tacos. We were going to go hit that. And I think they're closed on Monday, so we got like the locked door.
Oh,
John Bull, open up your place. What are you doing?
Yeah, what's going on?
Could have went to Gym Boys though. Can't go wrong with Gym Boys. Now you need to take out the student loan to get something at Gym Boys, but the tacos are pretty good.
It's like Five Guys. Yeah. Actually, it's funny. We always have the conversation that we're in a bunker here, right? And it's like super uncomfortable. And I always worry that the door will close and lock us in. And so
Rodney.
The door closed, and Brandon went to go open it, and it was locked. And luckily, there's 2, but he started to feel the walls closing in like I do. I'm like, I never sit in this room. I don't like to write in this room, even like non-pandemic times. I sit out where all the dinner tables are, and I write out there at night, which at this point I don't do a lot of writing at night because once I get done with my post game, I do video and stuff. But yeah, this is an uncomfortable room for me. You're like facing a cinder block wall, no matter where you sit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, those rooms are tight over there.
Oh boy. One of the things that's on right now is that I've been watching last couple of weeks is college softball. Seen about 4 or 5 college softball games. There's nothing else on.
I loved watching the tournaments this weekend, the conference tournaments.
Are you a bracket guy?
Yeah, I'll be a bracket guy. Yeah, I don't play in a bunch of brackets. There's usually one I play in. That's been going on for like 20 years. But I just had a great time watching college basketball this weekend. Like, it's been a long time since I sat down and watched that much college basketball. And like, my opinion changed on a couple of players, like big time.
Keegan being one of them.
Yeah, but I'm opposite of everyone else. I don't like what I saw at all. Like, I like the shooting, but outside of that, like, dude, set a screen. Like, don't just pick up, like, again, they're the Oldham Polonese rebounds. He scooped up all the easy rebounds, all the missed free throws and stuff like that. One game he had 9, one game he had 11. I remember maybe 1 or 2 tough rebounds total. Like, I didn't think he was impactful on that side. I thought he shied away from contact. Yeah, I mean, I think my opinion of him went down. I compared him to Marvin Williams last week, and I think that's what I felt like again. On occasion, he's going to do something extraordinary. You're going to go, wow, I can't believe I just saw that. But these guys are saying he can defend 5 positions, and
that's excessive. Right?
I didn't see that at all. I didn't see him block a lot of shots, like as a weak side shot blocker or anything else.
We're coming back here, guys.
All right.
Sorry. Odyssey app, the best way to listen to us. You can listen to us anywhere in the world. If you're in your car, just grab your phone, get out. You won't miss anything. And, of course, you don't want to miss our conversation with James Ham, 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, who is with us here now, live from the Golden One Center. James, you had a hell of an exclusive with De'Aaron Fox that you wrote about over the weekend for the Kings Beat. What was your biggest takeaway from your conversation with De'Aaron?
I'll say this. It was so nice to finally be able to take our masks off inside the practice facility and actually sit down next to somebody and have a real conversation. That was my favorite part of it. And it's just been so long, and it's such a different setting that it takes a little while to warm people up, to get them like chatting. But I think my biggest takeaway is that he's in a very, very good mental state. Like, he is ready to become the player he should become. He loves playing with Sabonis, absolutely loves it. He loves how much pressure he takes off of him. And I think he knows that he's still the face of the franchise and he's still going to have huge expectations, but now he has someone else who's willing to stand alongside him and help him with those expectations, to manage those expectations. And so those were some of the things. I thought it was good to sit down and actually, I've known De'Aaron for 5 years, but we haven't got to see each other for 2.5, really, 2, whatever it is, and to really be face to face with someone and hey man, what's going on? It was cool. It was cool to have that time, and I think it was 7 minutes, 8 minutes, but still, it felt like old times, sitting in the locker room and hanging out with him and having a general conversation. So it was cool.
And I want to hear even more details, what you took away from that conversation. But I mean, do you feel that sense of peace from him, even in the post games or anything like that, compared to what we saw earlier with, him slumped in the chair? I mean, they're still losing, right now. But is it just a different vibe from him when you see him night in and night out right now, as opposed to earlier this year?
It's 100% different, completely different in my opinion. He really has, the weight has been lifted off of him. And again, it's not about any one person. It's not about, all of the losing or, I think it's just that, he even brought up Russell Westbrook. Like he said, look, everyone sees how Russ is struggling and how everyone's just heaping on him right now. It's kind of how he felt. He kind of felt like the way that Russ is feeling right now, where you go from, everyone thinks you're just, you can't do anything wrong, to all of a sudden, like, you're the poster child for everything that's gone wrong and the reason why you're missing the playoffs for 16 years, even though you're only 24. It's all your fault. And so, yeah, I think we're just, again, we're seeing like the weight lifted off of him, and the joy of the game, even if it's not in wins, that I think right now they understand that they're building something, that they're improving, that they're playing really solid basketball, even though they aren't winning. They aren't losing by 40 points. Most nights they're not losing by more than a couple if they, in their losses. So I think that there's just like an idea around this place that they're onto something, and what they are onto is a really, really potent duo that could, be excellent for a long time if things work out the right way.
Did you guys get the chance to discuss what are those two? Are they doing things to build chemistry together, or is this just is it all about practice time, game time? Is that how they build their chemistry?
Well, I mean, again, I think we go back to why Sabonis missed a game over the weekend. I think Sabonis is going to be like slightly distracted, but at the same time, they are doing what they can do to build chemistry on the fly here. And I think one of the other really, the interesting things that he talked about was like every time they played Indiana, they knew to take away Sabonis's left, right, to force him to go right. And when you put two players that are left-handed on the same side of the court and they're working a two-man game, the initial thought was, okay, well, go ahead and force De'Aaron Fox to go right. That's what everyone tries to do. They try to take away his left and force him to go right. Well, if you do that and De'Aaron Fox cuts to the middle of the key, that allows Sabonis to go right around to the left. So the fact that they're both left-handed is actually a really tricky way that this thing is actually finding some success. And I'll point this out. Marvin Bagley is left-handed as well. Marvin Bagley's not a passer. Like, he was never going to work in those two-man games because that's not who he was. He was always looking to get his, where Sabonis is just trying to figure out ways to get everyone involved and make his teammates better. So I really do like the combination going forward. And it's that, again, that's one of those things where Fox is pointing it out very specifically. Like, it's different playing with, number one, someone that can pass, someone that can take all the pressure off him, you can run the offense through for long stretches, all of those things. But it's also, there's some little tiny things hiding within their games that actually open things up for each other.
So, James, it's interesting hearing you say, like, you got a sense that he feels like, the weight is off of him and the pressure is off of him and things of that nature. And I think I kind of understand, the way De'Aaron is wired. So I think I have my opinions about what it is, but I'd like to hear what you think and for the people to listen to. I feel like there still should be some pressure on them. They're not winning, and this year is pretty much done. There should be a sense of urgency to turn this around for a number of different reasons. Just trying to win for his own personal gain, for the way it's going to affect maybe his early legacy. Sabonis, if he likes Sabonis so much, to keep him here, you got to win. I mean, is there a deep breath that he took, but he still understands the sense of the moment and what's at stake at this moment with this franchise?
Yeah, I asked him very specifically, how do you take what's going on right now, bottle it, and walk into next season with it? Because, I was on it, you did not have a good start to the season, and he knew that. And he said, you can't just talk about it. You have to actually go out and do it. But also that, they're going to keep close contact all summer. They're going to get together. Good teams or teams that are trying to be good, they stay connected all summer. They have workouts together at different times. They try to focus on, spending as much time together as possible during the off season. Everyone's going to do their work. He's going to work on becoming a better 3-point shooter, and he's going to work on, staying in front of his man and getting stronger for those moments. And but at the same time, he's very, very aware of what happened this season and how he did not come out and play well, and how that impacted this franchise's ability to win on a nightly basis. And I think he's ready. Again, losing the voice of Tyrese Halliburton in that locker room, and even, to a certain extent, Buddy Hield, Tristan Thompson, noisy guys, for sure, guys who talk a lot. It opened a door for Fox to maybe come back to being a leader, because we've seen this before where he had a major leadership stake in this team, but he's getting back to it. I think we talked about this last show. For as much as Tyrese Halliburton will acquiesce to De'Aaron Fox on the court, I think Fox will do that with other people off the court. He would prefer to be quiet. It's his nature to be quiet, to be an introvert, and now he realizes that the guys are really relying on him to become that next level guy, and in order to do that, it has to be more than just going out and putting up a bunch of points. He has to be more vocal on the court. He's got to be more vocal in the locker room and saying things that matter. And I think people do listen to him when he talks.
He had 2 pretty big games without Domantas Sabonis in the lineup. Is that just a growth in confidence as the year has gone along?
I think he's just rolling. When you get to a certain point where the ball's going in, and it was, what did he shoot? 5 of 8 from 3. Once he starts hitting from the perimeter, 5 of 10 from 3, I think it ended up. But when he starts hitting from the perimeter, you just see everything. It changes everything. Guys can no longer go under screens. Now they're going over the top of screens, or they're racing out on him. He's blowing right by them. What we're seeing right now from him as a player is just remarkable. It's confidence exuding on every play. And I think what we saw against Utah was he fully ran out of gas. There's only so many times you can have 30-something points, high 30s, in the third quarter, and then not have someone else to shoulder some of that load in the fourth. And as soon as they took him off the court, they were losing. They put him back on the court. He just looked gassed. He looked gassed for a couple of possessions, and those couple of possessions cost him big time. And I think a lot of people need to know, too, it's not like we're the only ones who see where they're at in the standings and look at the draft and think what a top 3 pick would mean for this team. I know these guys want to win, and I know they go out there every single night, but at the end of the day, this is the best of all possible worlds. If you're a Kings fan, you want to see your team fight. You want to see them be in games. You want to see them be physical and have games like Fox going off for 41 points or 44 points. But at the end, your opportunity to win and to make winning be part of something that means something this season, that's over. That happened a long time ago. You're done. So show us fight. Show us that you're engaged and that you're improving as players and that you're getting better as a team, all of those things. But at the end of the day, losing is the best thing for this team right now. You don't want to lose every game the rest of the season. You need to have some winning so it doesn't just get so pent up and crazy in behind the scenes. But these guys watch college tournament this weekend like everyone else did. They watch the conference tournaments and they're looking at players and thinking, how would Jaden Ivey play alongside De'Aaron Fox? How, Banchero or Chet Holmgren or Jabari Smith Jr. How would these guys look in a Kings uniform next year? And it's only human nature. But if you're a player, that's what I would be doing at this point too.
I saw the same thing that you saw him with De'Aaron Fox and seeing this jump shot fall. And it just reminded me, when that jump shot, if he gets that jump shot to the point where, it can fall on a consistent basis, it takes his game to another stratosphere, to an absolutely another stratosphere. There's been a discussion in the last couple of days about the numbers he's been putting up lately, and those being in King's losses. Some people call them empty stats. Do you look at what Fox has been able to do individually, and with that not being able to result in wins as being a little bit of fool's gold? Is there I think there's a lot of benefit to it, but is there benefit to it in your eyes that he's able to do this and they're still not able to pull out wins?
You know, there are guys who are putting up empty stats, right? Like you look every single night, there's guys putting up empty stats in the league. If like a handful of these guys would hit their 3-point shots, the Kings aren't on a 4-game losing streak. Like De'Aaron Fox has backpacked this team for the better part of a month. Just absolutely backpacked them. And there are so many players who are not living up to their game. And so I'm not going to say De'Aaron Fox is padding stats. I mean, what has he got? He's got 20-point, 10 assist double-doubles on the season, right? 4 of those have come since he returned from injury. Like, he is doing everything in his power to keep his team in games. And there are a lot of guys who aren't holding up their end of the bargain. And it's night in and night out. And it's not always the same person, but there's a group of players that need to be better. Or you got to try different players. But at the same time, like, look, it's not De'Aaron Fox's fault that they've lost 4 straight, or that they've lost, what are they, since a trade, are they 4-9 or 4-8, something like that? It's not Fox's fault that that's happened. Is there a game or two where he goes cold at the wrong time? Sure. But at the same time, like, he wouldn't be taking those shots if he wasn't already rolling. I mean, he's got, 14 straight games, 15 straight games with 20 or more points. Like, I mean, he's doing everything in his power to keep this team in it.
Yeah, the last game he didn't finish with 20-plus points was Kings lost to Houston.
Oh, wow.
He scored 14 in that one. I did have this is a weird observation as I have De'Aaron's game logs in front of me. They played the Chicago Bulls on February 16th. De'Aaron Fox played 40 minutes and 55 seconds. In the 59 games prior, 58 of them regulation, he had not played 40-plus minutes. The only game he played 40-plus minutes is the 52 minutes he played in the multi-overtime game against the Los Angeles Lakers. Since then, since February 16th, he's played 40-plus minutes 5 times, and against Denver, he played 39 minutes and 54 seconds. I don't know that means anything. It's just Kenny and I used to be really frustrated at the beginning of the year because we'd see De'Aaron Fox playing 30 minutes, sometimes 31 minutes, 33 minutes, and you have just seen this increase as the year as the season has gone along. He comes back from the ankle soreness, and he's just throwing out 40-minute a night, but pretty regularly.
Yeah, when you look at he took 8 games off, right? When you take 8 games off, you better come out fresh, and you better be ready to play. And Fox, I think it was Fox, he even said, like, look, like, players used to average 40 minutes a night. Like, that's Latrell Sprewell averaged like 40 minutes a night for like his career.
Yeah.
I mean, Sprewell played 42 minutes a game, like, for seasons. And so I think we've gotten away from that. That would be my one concern. Again, like, I watched him in the Utah game, and it wasn't just that I thought he ran out of gas. I thought you started to see fatigue set in at one point where he started moving funny, like his body was hurting, and the accumulation of minutes that can happen. But look, again, he took all those games off. He should be fresh. He should be able to finish strong. And the second you take him off the court, this team is not good at all. Like, it is what it is. They're just not good. And so, like, you need to figure out who fits with De'Aaron Fox. So I need to see Dante DiVincenzo. I need to see Davion Mitchell. I need to see, like, these players that could be here long term. They need to be playing next to him and see how they fit. And that's the biggest thing. I mean, this guy should be playing as many minutes as he can down the stretch.
Talk to me when you're averaging 38 and a half minutes per per game in an entire year. Talk to me then.
Yeah.
Back in my day, guys used to play 38.5 minutes per night.
Yeah.
True story.
No, it's wild that the league has changed so much, you know, and you're still seeing most teams play with like an 8 or 9 man rotation on most nights, like an 8.5, 9 man rotation. But guys just don't play the minutes they used to. And not only, I don't even know that it's really translated to players playing like way longer. Sure, LeBron and Chris Paul just continue to play. But, you know, the eras before this, Karl Malone missed more games due to suspension throughout his career than he did due to injury. And like at least that was the case up until his late injury with the Lakers. Like up until that point, like that dude went out there and played 80, 81, 82 games every single night. John Stockton played the same thing. I mean, all those guys are playing 40 minutes a night. Like, and we can't even. Yeah,
Michael Jordan was there every night.
Yeah, and when you're watching the Kings, like you're watching De'Aaron Fox play the entire first quarter and the entire third quarter, every time I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, he's not going to have enough juice in the tank in the end." And I think the Utah game is the first time that I saw him like fully, like where I'm like, "Oh, you see it, you see him like sputtering."
So you mentioned, you know, we need to see Dante DiVincenzo next to Fox. We need to see Davion Mitchell next to Fox and see if that works. We're not going to see that, huh, James?
Man, I hope so. I want to see Davion kind of get out of his, you know, he won't call it that he hit the rookie wall. We talked to him this morning at shoot around, and you know, he's a good kid. He's a hard worker. He's frustrated. He doesn't like that his minutes have been inconsistent, but he also doesn't like that he's been shooting inconsistently. And so I think, you know, we're going to see probably a strong finish from him, I would assume, because he does want it so bad. I did watch him hit 48 straight free throws today, and then he was very upset with himself when he bricked one. But yeah, that's what you're hoping for here, is that guys start to get like that look. And there, again, there's no reason to play this thing out and try to. I mean, what are they? 3.5 games still out of the 4.5 at this point? Yeah, I mean it's over with 14 games left or whatever it is. But at some point, you know, again, I want to see Chimezie Metu get a big bunch of minutes. You know, if Sabonis isn't going to play in a game, it's not Holmes, it's not Damian Jones, it's Neemias Queta, who was on the trip, and I think could have done a pretty solid job against Hassan Whiteside. It was about keeping a body on Hassan Whiteside, not about out jumping him or, you know, or having to block his shot or anything else. They just couldn't. He just bullied his way around and kept grabbing rebounds. So I would have liked to have seen Queta and, you know, some of these young guys. Like, you might as well at this point just make sure you know exactly what you have at the end of the season.
But the thing about it though, James, is we're not going to see it. Like we don't. It doesn't seem like, I mean, even at this point,
Alvin doesn't care what this team looks like next year.
No, I think you're right. I mean,
I mean, if he's not playing, I mean, is the idea I understand how this sounds. I apologize. You're trying to win the game, and you don't feel like Neemias Queta can help you do that.
Yeah.
It's like when he started Alex Lynn a couple of nights ago. It's like, what is Alex? What is he doing out here?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a really weird dynamic to walk into the end of the season. And, you know, the other thing you could have done here is you could have just moved on from Alvin and gone 3 head coaches in one season and let Doug finish out the season or something. But I don't think that helps either. You know, I think at this point, you know, Alvin is still playing for his job and with some hope that maybe he can come back next season. Alvin is saying buzzwords in postgame. We're hearing things like consistency. We're hearing things like pace, which I think like Vivek Ranadive must have tattooed like on his forearm or something, like pace. Like that is such a Kings buzzword. But also like we're building towards something for the future. We're trying to build a winning culture, and by we need to win games in order to build that winning culture. These are, again, he's talking about the fan base and just raving about the fan base. Like, look, Alvin Gentry's not a stupid man at all. Like, all of these things to me feel like he's still fighting, not just on the court with his team, but he's still fighting in the media to keep his job for next year as well.
Well,
I think that's a fight you're going to win, Alvin. I'm a fan. I like Alvin Gentry. I just don't. This ain't it.
Yeah.
This ain't it. It feels like, God bless, this season's almost over and it can't get here fast enough. It feels like Alvin's been the coach for the entire year.
Man.
Doesn't it?
Like, I recognize that he hasn't, and that's unfair to say about him because he didn't have a training camp that was his and all of that stuff. He very much took over for Luke Walton at what I always was it 17 games into the season. Man, this has just trudged along with Alvin at the helm. Like, nothing's changed. I don't feel like anything's better. You've used statistics to say no. In fact, things are actually worse. God bless you, brother, but this just is not. This ain't it.
It's funny. We were talking today while we were waiting to get into to shoot around, and Brenden was there and Chris from Fox 40, and he's like, "Man, just all the losing. Like, how do you do this?" And I'm like, I look at this season very distinctly. Like, we had the Luke Walton era where things started to spin out, and so there was like a week build up to Luke getting fired, and everyone felt it. And you're like, boy, this is getting crazy. And this team keeps losing by 40, and they keep telling us that they want Luke there. And so you look at that like a little group of games, and you kind of circle it and go, okay, that was one moment in time with this team. Then all of a sudden, Luke is gone. That eats up like a week. The Alvin Gentry era starts. And you're trying to give Alvin, trying to get to know Alvin. You're trying to get into like what's happening on the court and what's different and what's not. And so that's like a 2-week period where, again, you're looking at the season in like these little segments. So for me, as a writer, someone who's covered this team for 12 years, I always start going, okay, I'm in it. You're living in the moment. And the moment is the Alvin Gentry trying to get comfortable stage. Then as soon as we get like to the end of that, we have like the COVID stage where, patient zero, we start seeing De'Aaron Fox and Lou King, and like all of a sudden it starts to build, and we're seeing players go out, and it's just this chaotic moment, and everyone's looking around. We get like, a week and a half into that, and then boom, Alvin's gone, and then now we're in the Doug Christie era. So again, you keep looking at the season as
that was like, all this year. Yes, crazy.
Yeah, but my point is, you keep looking at this season as like this miserable 24 and 45 record team, but a season is never that, because as soon as we get through that, we start hearing these wackadoodle trade rumors, and we're building up, and we're trying to figure out who's going where, and you're writing about that, and you're trying to see if this team can hold on, and then boom, the trades happen, or we have the De'Aaron Fox like is out moment where everyone's looking around like, what in the world is happening? Then again, we get to the Richaun Holmes era where he gets poked in the eyes again and again, and so like there's every season, like you really don't look at it as just like this overbearing thing, like pushing your head, like a thumb pushing down on your head until you're screwed into the ground. You're always looking at different moments of the season and kind of living in those moments. And, again, trade deadline shakes everything up. Now we're in the De'Aaron Fox putting up crazy numbers. So, again, I know this sounds wild and crazy. I don't even really think of wins and losses most of the time. It's just a different tone that you put on a game. And every once in a while, I've got to write some just like takedown where I just blow people up. But other times where you can write something about Fox where it doesn't matter. The wins and losses don't matter right now. The fact that that kid is playing out of his mind, it deserves a deeper look, a deeper dive into it. And so, again, like people always ask, how do you keep covering a team that does that? And I'm like, I don't know. I love it. It's not, no season is the same, even though they feel the same at the end. They're not the same. And there's always something going on, something you're watching for, something that you're hopeful for. And right now, it's like I want to see, can De'Aaron Fox do this for another 14 games, or are they going to shut him down the final 3 games? What is this going to look like? And can he keep being this great? Because right now he is great. Like he's an all-star right now. And can he bottle it? Can he carry it into next season?
So you broke it down perfectly, everything that's gone down this season. Where are they at now, in your opinion? You went to shoot around or practice today. You saw these guys. Mentally, where are they at? Where do you think they're at as far as like the way they're approaching the final, would you say 14 games of the season? Like where are they at 1, 2, 3 Cancun? Are these guys looking to possibly build momentum for next year? Like in your opinion, where are they at?
Yeah, they're in it. Like we had a shoot around this morning. We have practice tomorrow. We got a game on Wednesday. I don't think they'll practice on Thursday, but Friday you got another. Like they're in it. They're trying to improve. I have not, in all my years, remembered a season where we continued to have practices this late in the season when you knew the season was over. Like if the season's like it's a dogfight and you got a shot, even if it's like a crazy wild down 2 with like 5 to go, you'll still get practices and stuff. But this is different. This these guys are out of it, and if they aren't, I missed that memo.
Hold on. Run that back again, James. I never knew this about the NBA. So at this point in certain seasons, teams just stop practicing?
Oh, heck yeah. Well, I mean, but there's different reasons why you stop practicing. Like the Kings had a difficult time fielding a team this morning. Again, like Jeremy Lamb is gone. Sabonis is coming back, but he was there. Justin is out with an illness. But sometimes, like you're struggling to field a team, and it's not like they don't practice at all. But it's more film session, it's more walkthrough, it's less media because at this point there's no reason. We've told all the stories, right? So, how many more stories can you keep telling down there?
Indeed, we have.
Yeah, but we haven't. Like that, I think that would be my point. Like, I can't wait to sit down with Domantas Sabonis and talk about, number 1, becoming a father, or number 2, like this is Arvydas Sabonis's grandbaby. Like this is these are things like I want to dig into. Like there are some really, really cool stories still to tell. Can Dante DiVincenzo find his game in the final 14 games of the season and become or 13, whatever it is, become a viable piece this summer? Like there are all kinds of storylines that are still haven't fully built themselves out yet, and I'm still here for it. That's the job.
Davion's a storyline too.
Yeah.
Davion's a storyline, and I think there's a what if, and I'm not talking about like a 10-12 game difference here, but there's a hell of a what if Terrence Davis had been healthy. If Terrence Davis had been 100% when the trade deadline came and went, and he was firmly implanted in that, which by the way, I don't think there's any guarantee that Terrence Davis would have been firmly into that 2-guard position, given some of the sporadic things that we have seen happen with different lineups. But Terrence Davis and his thoughts on this team with him away, I think would be interesting also.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the job, right? And people always give up at some point in the season. You see a dip in your numbers and things like that, and it's like you got to love what's happening. Like every day is a new day to learn something, and I feast on the knowledge of it. I love being inside and hearing things that I can't write, but gathering as much data and shoving it in my head as possible to where I can't remember where my keys are, or if I remember to pick my kid up at school, but I certainly know all this other information that's happening. And so those are things where, again, these seasons, they don't get old for me at all.
Yeah.
Perspective.
Yeah. That's one way of looking at it. And I just the what if for Terrence Davis, I agree with my partner on that one. I said earlier, and we'll bring it back to De'Aaron Fox, I still like seeing him play well. I like to see him on a tear like he is right now. But it feels like there's only 2 things that matter for De'Aaron Fox at this point in his career. Is what he does next year. We've seen this a couple of different times where he'll either start really hot like he did maybe in, what was that, 2019 or whatever, the last Jaeger year, or in the last 2 years, even 3 years or so, he finishes really, really strong. What we need to see next year is from the jump and for 82 games, consistently being a guy that's 25-7, no more slow starts. And then the other thing, which is in his control, maybe not in his control, but I think as a leader and as a point guard, there is some, accountability for this. The team's got to win. Like by hook or crook, this team's got to win. He's got to play well, and he's got to win. Or these empty stats and empty calorie arguments are just going to get louder and louder.
Yeah.
Those are the two things that are left for him in his career.
I totally agree with you. Like he has to show that this is who he is. Like he can't take a step back. He can't work up to this because this is like, I guess you could compare this to Buddy Hield hitting 5 3-pointers in the fourth quarter after going 0 for 10 in the first half. I mean, that we're basically in the fourth quarter and Fox is just lighting it up and he's been incredible. But I think we can't, he has a new teammate. He has a monstrous new teammate and he needs more new teammates, better new teammates than what he has right now. And so I want to sit here and say it's all about Fox. It's not, because Fox can score 44 and a couple of dudes can miss every 3-pointer they take and this team loses.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, you have to have all 8 or 9 guys firing in order for a team to start pulling themselves out. And until you find an identity, and I think that this team will have an identity, and I think they're really working to build that identity in the final 13 games of Fox Sabonis. If they can build that identity, then the wins and losses don't matter in my opinion. You got to build the identity. You have to have De'Aaron Fox walk out of this with this positivity that we're seeing right now, him at playing at an all-time high, all-time confidence level, loving the game of basketball. You need to go into the summer with this, and then you have to build off of this. And by that means you have got to get these guys help now. And that's where this completely shifts. We understand how good Fox can be. We understand how good Sabonis can be. We also understand that some of these pieces aren't good enough. And so it's time. If you're going to put the time and money and energy into this right now, you have to change it. You have to change out maybe 5 or 6 of these pieces and find better pieces.
We'll start tonight because it's the Kings and the Chicago Bulls. The Kings played pretty well when the two teams met in Chicago. They've won 2 in a row. They're in a bit of a different place than they were the last time these two teams played. So it should be a fun one. I mean, Chicago still, they're battling out for seeding. Milwaukee's overtaken them with the Bucks now in the 3rd spot, but they're separated by a sneeze. So this is a game that probably is significantly more valuable to Chicago than it is Sacramento. But if you're talking about laying the groundwork for the future, do it tonight against a good team.
Yeah, and try to slow down DeMar DeRozan. I mean, he's not on the same heater he was before, and now Fox is on that same heater. Now Fox is a guy that they're going to have to show that they can shut down.
Yeah.
And remember Davion he missed the last Chicago game and Kobe White lit them up. Keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
Why did he miss that one again? Sorry, Casey.
He hurt his thumb.
Oh, that's
his
right.
hand.
That's
His hand.
right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah, right into. Yep.
Real quick before we got out of here, I think you mentioned something. You said Justin is sick.
Yeah, it's a non-COVID related illness.
So he's out. We actually probably will get the DiVincenzo or Davion start today, right?
Yeah, it's very possible. And either way,
he's gonna start 4 on 5.
Yeah, either way, they're going to play a lot. Yeah, they're going to play a lot either way because Jeremy Lamb's not playing either. So, he was not at shoot-around this morning, and usually when a guy's not at shoot-around, they tell him to stay home. That's not something you want spreading through your team. We have to remember there is a world where non-COVID related illnesses exist, and players get sick, players get the flu, players get the stomach bug.
Yeah, the cold still exists.
Forgot. I forgot. Cold, flu, COVID. Who knows? Just let Kyrie into the locker room, for God's sakes. We appreciate you so much for being with us. That's our 1320 Kings Insider. James Ham was really disgusted with me after that remark. James, we'll be following you tonight. We'll see you back here on Wednesday. We hope to see you back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Clear. Oh, man.
Yeah.
What a day.
Yeah. Like I hate to be like super positive with Fox, but my goodness.
Shoot, there's no reason to be there's no reason to be negative. I mean, everyone has their opinions. Like we had Quin on earlier. He had very different opinions, and that's good. I like he presented his argument in a sound, different way. I'm kind of in the camp of you. I love what De'Aaron's doing. I don't expect this team to be great on just the strength of what he's doing, but I'd be significantly more concerned if Domantas Sabonis was putting up 20 and 15 and De'Aaron was doing what he's doing on a night-to-night basis and they're still losing.
Right.
I wouldn't, because I'll guarantee the reason why they're losing in those situations is the reason why they've lost all these games, because these dudes just can't shoot at all. The other guys on the court either A, aren't shooting enough, like Harrison Barnes, or B, they're just taking bad shots, or C, they're missing wide open shots. Like, oh my goodness, how many wide open shots? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that goes back to when Luke Walton was here and Buddy Hield would miss shots. And I used to tell people all the time, they're like, well, why he's making them do too much? And why isn't he doing more to give Buddy good looks? I'm like, yo, watch the game. Buddy is getting wide open shots that he's just breaking. And that's kind of what goes on right now. Like, these guys are open. Justin Holiday's open. Davion's open. Davion's gets good looks and can't knock him down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not just him. I mean,
the whole
just
roster.
Dante. Yeah, Dante DiVincenzo has missed a ton of shots. Yeah, and like the other thing is, like, you bring up Buddy and missing shots. Like, at what point did he never ever learned the entire time, which is probably the most frustrating thing of all time. Just to, like, when a guy is flying around the backside of a screen and is totally out of control trying to get to you, just do a pump fake and step back and take the foul. So, again, that guy is averaging 1.4 free throw attempts with the Indiana Pacers, 1.7 with the Kings, 1.5 for his career. Like, that's like, I remember asking Willie Cauley-Stein one time, can you watch footage of Dennis Rodman? And it was like, why would I do that? It's like, oh, goddamn.
Oh, man.
Well, why wouldn't you do that? Because he's one of the greatest rebounders of all time. That's why. Like, seriously, like, wake up. Go watch some Dennis Rodman. Learn how to, like the geometry of the game, of how to be a rebounder. Learn about how to time your leap. All of these things that you could learn by watching. Like, why he couldn't watch Jamal Crawford videos where Jamal Crawford just sits there and gets one foul on a three after another. Buddy Hield just won't do it. Like, I can tell you this. You ask Davion Mitchell about Isaiah Thomas and how he clears space to score at the rim. Sure does look like he's Isaiah Thomas going to the basket right now. He extends far out to the side. He uses his chest to push away. All of a sudden, I mean, it's very apparent that guy is film studying on how to watch guys that are his size and how they score in different situations. And so, yeah, I mean, I would like to tell you this is brain surgery, but it's not. So, anyway. Cool. Everything else good with you guys?
Man, we are good, man. I feel like I've been sitting here for like 6 hours though. Jeez.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know why.
Have the A's traded anyone else while we're?
They traded Oakland.
Well, they clearly have thought about that.
They're gonna play at Stanford.
Yeah. What a mess, man. Like, ooh, CJ Uzoma just signed a 3-year, $24 million deal with the New York Jets. That's a nice little tight end pickup.
Yeah, and the Cowboys did DeMarcus Lawrence's. They redid DeMarcus Lawrence's deal. That one was sketchy for a minute.
Yeah, it looked like the Niners were actually going after defensive backs. Like, lo and behold, like, you can't win without defensive backs.
They got one left they're trying to get. Well, actually two. There's two they're interested in. Stephon Gilmore, and I think they were after DJ Reed.
Oh, Stephon Gilmore, that would be amazing.
Yeah. Well, they got to do something.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I don't know. Good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. All right. Well, we appreciate you, James. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, you guys too.
All right.
And then Friday, I got you Friday.
Okay. Thank you. I'll have the stream and everything ready. So all you have to do is just log in like normal, but I'll have everything ready for you. And I will add you right now to our rundown just so you can take a peek at whatever Kenny's working on.
Cool.
Time.
Yeah, you guys.
Round one of the tournament. That'll be fun. So.
Yeah, feed me whatever. And I can probably have the tournament on too, like while it's happening.
Tournament Kings play Boston that night.
Fridays are always pretty chill anyway, so it's fun.
Sweet.
All right, James. Thank you, my man. Enjoy the game tonight.
Appreciate you, man.
All right.
See you guys.
See ya. James Ham. Yeah, we're done too. I need to stand up. I need to walk these doggies. All right. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon, man. Hit the thumbs up before you go. And we got the marker set. All right, we'll see y'all tomorrow.